Who's ready for some bullshit? Your eyes do not deceive you. I've set my system clock to 4 a.m. because we're gonna min-max the hell out of this to the best of my ability. Hello, cool gamer. Got just a few little preliminary setup things to go through before we start this bullshit. Number one, as I said on Discord, as I said on Blue Sky everywhere, we're not cheating this. I can't really do the Masuda method. That's just not a possible method for me. I don't want to do cute charm again. The last time I did it back in platinum, even though it worked, it felt a little too cheaty for me. It didn't feel earned of a shiny. And there aren't really any other methods that I can really utilize, at least that I'm intelligent enough to utilize, to min-max in my favor. So instead, what I did, I went to Bulbapedia, I looked up what are the best locations to find Ledian Lediba. The best chance of finding a Lediba in this game is on Route 37, which is right above us where we're at in game. In the morning, there's a 40% chance of encountering it in the grass. So we're just gonna run around on Route 37. We're gonna let music play. We're gonna go for the next 6 hours. I changed my system clock. Hopefully that doesn't fuck up the stream anywhere that I suddenly time traveled. It looks like we're still good. We're gonna go at it. We're gonna go. It's gonna last perfectly enough since I already plan on streaming for roughly 6 hours with a small intermission in the middle to get up and do shit. Morning stops counting at 10 a.m. So once we hit 10 a.m. we will hopefully have caught a shiny Lediba. We're looking for a shiny Lediba. Also setting the clock instantly made Slugma come out of his egg, so that's cool. As a funny, actually no, it's not gonna matter because they're not gonna get XP. I was about to give one of them the XP share. I'm just kind of mentally prepping for what's about to become the next 6-ish hours of the stream. You'll also have noticed we have a funny little counter up here. That's because oh, I didn't realize that my binds for the counter were going to affect this. How do I, why is that a setting? How do I disable that? Hold for 1 second while I try and do that. I'm turning off the stream a second, the visuals, just so you don't, what? My emulator crashed. Fan-fucking-tastic. Okay, let's try this again. Controls. I just want to check, like, how to make that shit not show up. Settings. Input. Hotkeys. Menu toggle. Yeah, I want to keep that. Fast forward, slow motion, rewind, frame advanced, audio mute, volume up, why? Clear those. I don't need to volume up and volume down. Incredible. Thank you, RetroArch. Very cool. Yes, thank you, RetroArch. Someday I will figure out how to get retro achievements to work. Funny thing is, I accidentally locked out retro achievements the other day on here, so it's not even on. So I don't technically have to use RetroArch. Are we still in the right time? Yes, we're still 4 a.m. gaming. All right, we're just gonna go at it. As I was trying to show off, I have a little counter up here. That's gonna go up every time we encounter one that isn't a shiny. So we're just gonna go at it. Now, of course, I'm only gonna count every time we run across a Lediba, and I also want to make sure we actually come across a Lediba here. But we should be in the morning. Oh, that's right. No, I didn't want to give him a nickname. I didn't want to. There we go. Perfect. Can we at least find one Lediba to confirm this works? Now, we've come across a Pidgey and a Stantler. 20% chance in the morning. Stantler is a 30% chance any time of day, so that doesn't tell me anything. The Bulbapedia is just so confused. Oh, there's a Lediba, but it's not shiny. So yeah, we're just gonna do this for the next 6-ish hours. Oh, there's another unshiny. I'm really hoping. I would not mind at all if the stream fizzled out and within the next 30 minutes we just happen to come across one instantly. I would not complain at all. Is number 3. I ran the numbers roughly. The very, very rough estimate of finding one, considering Lediba is a 1 in 40, no, not 1 in 40, is a 40% chance encounter. The chances of us coming across a shiny Lediba specifically here are still 1 in 25,000 is, I believe, the rough chances, because it's the normal 1 in 8,100, whatever, but also only a third of the time we're going to come across Lediba. So math-wise, that it's roughly 1 in 25,000. So I have the numbers against me. But this is still the best area, and it's going to be less painful than previous randomly running in the grass shiny hunts, because unlike, you know, Emerald, we're not in the Safari Zone. We can just do this forever. We don't have to worry about flying back and forth from anywhere or going anywhere else. The only other places to find Lediba in this godforsaken game is just 30% chance. So this is the best place to do it. This far into the game, Route 37, that's relatively far into the game. How many Ledibas do we think we're going to come across before we come across a shiny one, chat? Since it's a 1 in 25,000, I wouldn't be surprised if that number got to, like, at least 5 digits before we come across one. I don't even know if it'll fit if we get to 5 digits. Maybe when we get too high, we might have to just reset it. Hey, there we go, 10. I wanted to have a counter this time, just to have a fun statistic to show how many Lediba we had to go through to find this shiny. Up to 11 now. That way I don't have to keep track myself. So yeah, we're just gonna do this for the next 6 hours. Strap in, get a snack, get a drink. Put some Subway Surfers up on the side. Feel free to spend your channel points playing music on the media share. We're in this for the long haul. I am. And I always save these for the end because I know for a fact by the time I'm done with this, I'm probably going to be very sick of this game. The long, awkward pause. Is this some normal song or is there something funny about it? There was a weird pause between, like, the intro sting. Oh. Yeah, it's fucked up. Or maybe I'm misremembering the song. It sounds wrong. There's something... Oh, ad break. God damn it. I need to set up... Reminder for a future thing for me to do is to set up a thing that makes it so media shares pause during the ad break. Because I always feel bad when y'all do a media share. Hang on, can I pause sound alerts? Or wait, did my internet go out for a second? Wait, did my internet cut for a second? Is that what the issue was? Hang on. Are we real? Are we here? My internet cut for a second. I'm trying to see if we're still good. I think we are. Browser source is offline. No, it's not. It's currently going now. Okay. Is the ad break still going? Twitch chat itself. Why are we unstable on Twitch's side? Sorry, hang on. I'm trying to tech support check to make sure we're all good here. Trying to tell if we're still... Are we good? Okay, it says we're good. I'm gonna be nice and go ahead and refund those channel points for you. Hello, Cake. Welcome. We're shiny Lediba hunting. We're just running back and forth in the grass for the next few hours. That's about it. I got a counter up on screen for every non-shiny Lediba we come across. And we're just gonna do this. We're just running back and forth. Running real fast. Chilling, listening to music. Oh, are we back now? Are we good? I don't know why, right? Right after you sent that and then the ad break started, my internet cut for a second. Are we good? I don't know what the hell happened. I went ahead and, just to be nice, I refunded your points for that. Because God, this song. It's a very apt title. I've been meaning to implement a thing to try and figure out how to set up through StreamerBot to make the media share pause during ads, but I don't know if that's something I can do. I've been meaning to look into it and just keep forgetting. So it's always a little unfair for you guys, or at the very least, I think what could be fair is when an ad is about to start in the next 3 minutes to pause the media share from that would probably be a better way of doing it. Because Twitch says when, like, it says on my end, hey, ad starts in 3 minutes. So I bet there's got to be a way for me to set that up in StreamerBot to be like, hey, when we're 3 minutes from an ad, disable the media share for a bit. But when we're back, turn it back on. There's probably a way I could do that. I should look into it. Up to 25 Ledibuzz have been cited now. What's our rate? We've been going at this for about 5 minutes. That's 5 Ledibuzz every 5 minutes. 5 Ledibuzz a minute, roughly. Does not bode well. That means if I wanted to hit 25,000, I'd have to hit, what, 5,000 minutes? Which, how many hours would that even be? Whoa, Vulpix! Hang on, ain't you rare? Ain't you rare to find in here? You're a 10% chance in here. I'm gonna throw one Great Ball. Or Ultra Ball. Throwing one. Wait, hang on. Why is it not? Browser source is offline? What do you mean the browser source is offline for sound alerts? Is it because we crashed? Oh goddamn! How do I reset that? Hold. I'm trying to find it in my OBS thing is so fucking. Oh, it's its own separate scene. Hold on. Illusion's gonna be broken in a second because I have to open up the scene separately. Okay, I refreshed the browser source. Replay this alert. The browser source is not offline. Why are you incorrect, sound alerts? It's not offline. Hold on. Hey, I'm just gonna refund you the points. You can try that one more time. Gonna throw one more Ultra Ball. If it catches, it catches. Okay, that went through. Thank you for making me green. That's gonna make this fun. I love technical difficulties. There's genuinely a non-0% chance that we're only having these technical difficulties because I set my system clock back so that Pokemon would be in the morning. That could entirely be what's the cause of some of the issues. But it's something I gotta do to find Ledian, to find a Shiny Ledian. Otherwise, we'd only be working with a 30% chance of this guy. And we're trying to min-max the hell out of this. An error occurred. What error? Wait. There we go. Did I count this guy already? I'm gonna count again. I don't remember if I counted. We're up to 30. The counter may be a little off because I could get distracted by something and look away and accidentally add more on than what I meant to. But yeah, come on in. Sit back and relax. We can chat. We can listen to music. We can talk about the state of gaming, the state of Pokemon. 32. Make bets. What number leave your bets in chat. How many Ledibuzz are we gonna come across before we find a shiny? Are we gonna find one tonight? It's not guaranteed. I'm cutting it off at 6 hours because if I play Pokemon for more than 6 hours, even at fast forward, you gotta keep in mind at double speed, I'm essentially gonna be playing this for 12 hours. If I don't find a shiny in that time, I'm throwing in the towel. I'm throwing in the towel and I'm giving up. 34. I don't have the patience nor the willpower that other shiny hunters do. I've said before, there are some insane people I've seen when like looking up shiny hunting tips. Insane people who have the goal of getting an entire shiny Pokédex in some of these games. And like, I have respect for you if you choose to do that. Good on you, like genuinely, that sounds impressive as all hell. I could never do that, but I hope you enjoyed your time doing that, sir and or madam, getting a whole shiny dex. Like, even just getting the shiny legendaries and starters is like a process in of itself, so that's partially why I don't think I could ever even begin to want to do that. It's cool that we're running across some Vulpixes. They're rare here. But I need more Ledibuzz. Come on. Give me the Ledibuzz. Gimme. It's still a 40% chance. I guess the other question is, are we going to encounter a different shiny before this? It just kind of sucks that there's no area that like can guarantee to get a Ledibuzz. Oh, there's another. I tried looking. I looked through every single location you can find a Ledibuzz in this game, and this is the only area where it's above 30%. I was hoping it was going to tell me, yes, if you go to this specific grass patch at this specific time of day, it's always going to be a Ledibuzz in the grass. But no. Let me play playlist back while I get the next one going. That's another thing. Put it on the long list of things I'll say get around to doing, but then I just forget to because during the day before the stream, I'm usually working on other stuff. But on the long list, a thing that automatically detects when media shares and playing and then plays back my own playlist so that we don't go a moment without some fun music in the background. Beam, beam. Have you seen any of the Fine Game announcements from Evo? I saw a couple. I know I talked last night about like Mina the Hollower and the stuff for Rivals of Aether. Saw some of my friends talking about Tekken because I have a few friends who are into Tekken, and so I caught wind of Bob, I think his name is, the big man in Tekken. I don't think I've played a single Tekken game, so I can't really speak of it personally. It looks fine enough, but like, what other? Oh, I saw stuff. A game that I have been keeping an eye on is that Avatar: The Last Airbender fighting game because it actually looks pretty neat. We are no longer green. I am saddened by this now. That Avatar game looks pretty cool. I saw that they're gonna put a vote for who like one of the next characters is gonna be, and supposedly a lot of people right away saw that Boomy is gonna be on that vote and is apparently gonna be like the front runner according to fan reactions. And you know what? I would fucking love if Lord Boomy was in. He's like low-key one of my favorite characters from all of Avatar. Like, I already love how the game looks so far. I think if I were to play it, I'd probably try and figure out how to main Sokka, because he's also a top contender favorite character for me from that series. But if Lord Boomy gets in, I know who I'm maining. I know who I will say it loud and proud right now. If Lord Boomy gets into the Avatar game, ad time. Wait, hang on. OBS is supposed to warn me when an ad's about to start. What the fuck? OBS isn't doing that. It could very well be because of my internet issues and all that. I'll wait till we're out of the ad. Actually, I'll say it once here for those who aren't having to worry about ads, but I'll say it when we're back in the ads. If Boomy gets in, I'm gonna pull a Potemkin month thing, but with him, where I spend a whole month just learning how to play the game and learning how to play him. I'm not even kidding. Boomy, Lord Boomy, is one of the greatest characters in all of Avatar because of his role in the story and like the whole, like, hey, whippersnapper. Shit, I wonder how changing my system clock is going to affect the Twitch and YouTube analytics, because I did it right at the start of the stream after I already hit go live, so I'm a little worried that that's gonna wait. Oh, that's because we technically stopped stream and started again with the internet cut. It gave me here's your stream report. Oh, Twitch is, oh, we're back. Sorry, I got distracted. I wanted to look over at my Twitch mod view a second, just to make sure everything's still running smoothly, because I think the reason why it's not telling me when ads are starting is because I changed my system time when I started stream. Funnily enough, at the top of the mod view, it normally says stream session, and then it says how long the stream's been going. Since I set my clock back, it says negative 49,000 seconds, and the clock is ticking down, like it's ticking down until my heart stops type shit. I knew there was probably gonna be some issues related to setting my clock live, because, you know, websites are lazy and they go by your system clock instead of having their own clock or whatever. So I'm gonna really hope this doesn't fuck up and like the stream implodes right. Well, actually, no, it wouldn't matter if it hits 6 o'clock, because I started at 6 p.m. but set my clock to 4 a.m. so I'd somehow have to stream all the way till, hang on, 14 hours from now, whatever time that would be. I don't feel like doing math. Either way, what were we talking about right before the ad break? And I got, oh, the Avatar fighting game. I want to say loud and proud right now, when that game comes out, if they announce that Lord Boomy is gonna be one of the fighters, I'm going to pull another Potemkin training month, but for Lord Boomy, and learning an entirely new fighting game just for him, because he is like my favorite goddamn character in that whole series, or very much up there at the least. He's funny. He's like got a bit more of a deeper character when he lets on. He's a great lesson for Aang early on. He's got aura on his own. Every time he shows up, you kind of get that vibe of, ah shit, something's gonna go down. He's great. If you've seen the show, you know him, you love him. He's fucking awesome. And also, I can just immediately imagine him being like a big, heavy grappler adjacent character, which, you know, as we saw from me forcing my dumb little chud brain to play Potemkin, those kind of characters work best for me. What other Evo announcement have I seen? I don't watch Evo myself a whole lot, so a lot of it has been secondary. Oh, I saw stuff from Marvel Tokon Fighters, however it's pronounced. I'm sorry, I haven't heard it be pronounced out loud. That like Blade is getting added. That is cool. Deadpool's in, and he's, I've such a weird, I don't know how I feel about Deadpool, if I'm being honest. If you asked me when I was a teenager, you know, if you asked me a few years back, I would be like, yeah, I fucking love Deadpool. The movies are funny, and he's the funny memes about him. But as I've grown old, I've not quite hit the hatred for him that a lot of people online seem to have, where they're like, he's such an unfunny 4chan Reddit type character. I don't hate him that much. He's very much one of those characters, like, when he's done well, I love him. When he's done horribly, when he is that kind of 4chan Reddit type humor, I am so ugh about it. And shit like Marvel Rivals, very much flip-flops back and forth between, wow, he's an endearing kind of annoying, and then there are other times where I want to strangle the voice actor. Because, and not in a funny, oh, Deadpool kind of way, and just a, no, you're just obnoxious. And I hate it. If you try and argue that, a lot of people say, well, that's just what Deadpool is. He's supposed to be annoying. Not really. He's supposed to be a parody. He's supposed to, like, parody whatever he's in, you know, movies or the comics or the games. And there's a difference between being satirical and being a parody and being obnoxious. It's like in Marvel Rivals specifically, and this is turning into a rant, but I need to focus my brain on something while we're hunting. In Marvel Rivals specifically, there are some lines that get a good chuckle out of me. One of them is if there's someone on the enemy team with a Lord icon, which if you've not played Marvel Rivals, it basically means if you played a character enough that you've leveled up the proficiency, you get a funky, fancy icon. Hello again, Ladybug. You get a fancy icon for it to kind of show, like, you mean business, you know? Deadpool will make a comment if you kill someone with a Lord icon. He'll be like, do Lord icons make it so I do critical hits? Or something along those lines. Like, that's fun. That's playing with the trope of, like, him being a fourth wall breaking jackass in this game. Or if you're on the hero selection screen, if you wait on it for a bit, he starts talking, he goes like, pick me, pick me. It's like, that's fun. That's really fun. But then there are other times where he's fucking, like, all of his ult lines or any of his other lines after he gets a kill, I get so annoyed. Even when it's on my team, I'm like, please, for the love of God, shut up. It's not funny. It's not endearing. Sometimes, very rarely it can be. But overall, I find it obnoxious. And I think it's cool that he's in Marvel Token Fighters. I'm excited for that game just because it's an Arc System Works fighting game, but with Marvel characters. That's about it. I think a lot of the characters look awesome. The art style is gorgeous. It's interesting that they're working with, like, the teams dynamic where all the characters are separated into teams of 4 that they're kind of meant to play with. I think it's really weird. I'm pretty sure the team that they showed off at Evo, it's like Ghost Rider. Oh, voice crack. Oh, fuck. Ugh. Ghost Rider, Deadpool, Blade, and Loki, which is like Nightmare Blunt rotation. Why are these 4 together? Blade and Ghost Rider, I can totally see because of, I believe it was the team in Marvel Midnight Suns. They're like a bunch of vampire hunters in the Marvel cut. That makes sense to me. Those two. But why are Loki and Deadpool on the same team and on the same team as them? This isn't like Marvel Rivals where you can just have any combination. They do some fun stuff where different characters have their lore intertwined with unusual combos. This is like the game is, these are the 4 that are working together in story. This is the team. And it's like, why these 4? This feels like a very dysfunctional team. Exactly, and some of the others make sense. You know, you got, I believe for the X-Men, it's like Wolverine, Magneto, Storm, and I think it's Danger is the 4th one of those 4. Which, if I'm getting my comic info right, don't quote me on this because my comic information fluctuates wildly depending on what era and what characters and everything. Danger is like a living person who is part Danger Room, the Danger Room being like the infamous like training room. Also, I should skip the song anyways on my playlist because it's a Hideki song and YouTube kills me. It's like a humanized version of the Danger Room, their training room, which it feels weird, but like the other characters make sense for X-Men, you know, Wolverine, Storm, Magneto, that checks out to me. Again, I'm not complaining fully. I love seeing Blade. I love seeing Loki. I love seeing Ghost Rider. I'm ambivalent towards Deadpool. I like seeing all these characters. It's just weird to have those 4 specifically on a team. It made for an fun reveal at the Evo thing. Like, it made for a kind of interesting little reveal to be like, hey, we got these fuckheads in. Trying to think of other Evo news. I don't keep... No, I'll do chat. Any Evo news that's caught your eye that I haven't brought up? I kind of just broad strokes over the stuff that I'm just aware of, but I know that a lot happened over the weekend. A lot of it just outside of my wheelhouse. There was probably Mortal Kombat or some Street Fighter stuff that I just didn't see. Or something or other. Who knows? I don't keep up with all of Evo. I shouldn't be expected to. You know, you get it. I get it. You get it. We're nearly at 100 Ledibuzz sighted so far. Who's excited? I do love Ledibuzz so I don't mind seeing him. Yeah, TBH was mostly the Rivals of Vader 2 stuff that interested me, although there's a character coming to Strive. Oh, that I saw. Robo-Kai. I think I brought that up the other night when Evo got mentioned. And the only thing I really had to say of note was I recognized the voice actor was Deadpool's voice actor in Marvel Rivals. That was... His animations look cool. He's got like a JoJo stand rush punch thing. He looks cool, but not cool enough to peel me away from Potemkin. He also looks like he'll be interesting to fight. I feel bad. I spent a month playing that game, and so I was really hoping that when a new character is announced, I'd have a little more deeper thoughts to say or something interesting to bring to the table. But then I remember that whole month was spent playing the glue-sniffing character that brute forces his way through every fight. So yeah. I guess the only other gaming news. What else has happened in gaming news lately? GTA, all that shit is... blah. I don't even like... Okay, so I'll start by saying I don't even care for GTA specifically. I've played through all of GTA 5 and I enjoyed the story. The gameplay was very hit or miss depending on what mission and what part of the story. The open world, there was a period for like several months where I would open up the game just to kind of drive around and dick around in the open world as a way to let off steam. Otherwise, I don't dislike, but I don't particularly care for the GTA series as a whole. But the shit about GTA 6 not only costing $80, which is like, I didn't want it to cost that much, but, you know, it was kind of obvious it was going to cost that much going into this, so whatever. But the fact that the physical edition is not even going to have a physical version, it bothers me so much. And like, I've seen some boneheaded takes. It's like, well, Steam has been all digital games for years, and so many people use Steam or emulate games, so why should it matter? Why are people getting so up in arms over it? And I'm like, look, I use Steam, but there's a difference. Most of the games I play on Steam, most of them probably wouldn't have a physical release or have gotten a physical release since that I would probably get at some point if I didn't already own it digitally. But a lot of the games I play on Steam are either old-ass PC games where the physical sales don't matter, or they're smaller indie games where they don't have the budget to justify a physical release. So, yeah, would I love to get, like, genuinely, if Captain Wayne Vacation Desperation came out physically, I would have loved to support them with that. I would have loved to get that. Like, I don't even have a CD drive on my computer. I have a USB CD drive that I could plug in to access, you know, the CDs, and I do that every once in a while. I have, just as a fun little aside, I have a couple Gorillaz albums on CD, and I listen to them through that sometimes because it's fun. It's a fun way to listen to music that I enjoy. I would totally do that if Captain Wayne had a CD port. But I also recognize that would have kind of been pointless for such a small indie game. They would not have the budget to not only produce all those CDs, but there's no way enough people would purchase said CDs to, like, make up the money. So I feel like using Steam as the smoking gun, be like, look, GTA doesn't need to have a physical release. Steam has been doing digital for years. I think that's not at all a fair comparison or fair argument to be made. Because the other thing, the main reason that I'm super upset is that their physical edition isn't physical. It would be like if... How do I explain? It would be like if Valve announced, hey, Half-Life Alyx is going to get a physical edition, but it's just an empty box with a code to redeem for the game. Or if Nintendo, here's a better example, if Nintendo said, hey, the Zelda for Switch 2, the next big Zelda title, we're gonna put a box out, but there's not even gonna be a game key card or a cartridge or anything. It's gonna be a code for the game. That's the part that I take issue with. You have the money and the confidence to make a box, to have a store presence, to have a box art and all that shit, but you're not gonna put an actual disc in there. It's plastic and a code, and it's like, what's the fucking point? What is the actual fucking point? If the game was only coming to PC right away, maybe I could see an argument being made because of, again, Steam. But it's the fact that they're not even planning a PC port, at least not right away. It's coming only to PS5 and Xbone, Xbox Series X, whatever the fuck, the new Xbox, whatever the fuck it's called. I don't even give a shit, enough of a shit. And they're gonna have a box. They're going to have the plastic case. They're going to have that store presence. It's like, it's not even a case of confidence. I know I word it as, oh, you have the confidence to do this, but not this. It's they want to make the most money possible. It's greed. It is pure greed, and I hate it because when you make it a digital game, if someone wants to buy it, they can only do so through official ways. They can't buy it secondhand, or they can't buy it used, or their friend can't lend them the game, anything like that. And it's like, it's so shit. And I'm so mad because GTA 6, at least to me, even though I don't care much for GTA, feels like it's gonna be probably one of the biggest video game releases of the decade. You know, it's been one of the most anticipated games. So Rockstar setting this as a precedent is just, it's frustrating and irresponsible of them to do this shit. Because it's just gonna push other companies to do it. It'd be like, well, if GTA 6 can get away with it, and the shareholders are gonna look at the sales numbers. They're gonna see about, well, we made so much money because they had to buy it digitally, because they had to download the code and they couldn't just wait for a sale or something. Ugh, I hate it. Also, there, we did it. We reached 100 Ledibuzz come across in 40 minutes. What's the math on that? 101 and 40 minutes of stream time. Can someone math? What's the current Ledian per second? Or Ledian per minute, I guess. It's up to 102. 103. It's not a super high Ledian per minute. Except for right now. The past like 5 Pokemon encounters have been Ledibuzz. Every time we roll that dice, we're not only rolling for a Ledibuzz. 1 million Ledian per second. God, I fucking wish. I wish there's a way I could clock up the fast forward on here too, to really like up my time and up how quickly I can get through this, but this is the fastest RetroArt can go. Is there any positive gaming news I can talk? It feels like any gaming news I talk about nowadays, it's either cool thing was announced or video game industry has decided to stop making video games level news. That's what most video game news feels like. It's either cool thing has been announced or the video game industry has decided to cease the production of its most well-known product, the video game. I meant the same thing. Same difference. Same shit. Different hole. I don't even know what I mean by this. We're only 42 minutes in, and I'm already at the point of just like random ranting. I shouldn't even measure by how long we're in. I should measure your mental strength by the number of Ledibuzz you've encountered. Encountered. We're at 109. This is my brain at 109. How the fuck am I gonna be once we hit like 1,000? Are we gonna hit 1,000 before the end of the night? In my head, when I picked this location, I was like, wow, 40% chance? That's a pretty high chance to come across a Ledibuzz. So it shouldn't take super long to, well, no, I knew it would still probably take a while to find a shiny. But like, you know, we should find them pretty quickly. But, oh, why'd the music stop? Did I go deaf? Wait, OBS says the music's still going. Oh. Are we good now? God. Technical difficulties are abound. I don't know if the music kept going on your guys' end, but for a minute there my headphones cut out. Everything's falling apart. Everything's falling apart. Simpson. Homer Maggie Bart. Homer Maggie Bart. Also, now it's really quiet. Why is the music really quiet on my end? Headphones. I've had these headphones a while. They could just entirely be dying out. Never mind. How's the... Goddamn, the music... My system audio is just really quiet now. Oh, there's another Ledibuzz. I don't even know what happened. Oh. Did Wiz get quieter? Is it just me? Oh, did my fucking... Hang on. Hold on, let me find my mic. Hang on. Are we good? Am I good now? Are we better now? My headphones disconnected for a second because fucking everything wants to go wrong tonight. If we're not good, I can try unplugging and plugging them back in. You said think so. Oh. Or was that think so to Cake? Am I still quieter? I think it's better. I'll take it. Another Ledibuzz. That's also something I'll take. Someday I'm going to take like a month retreat away from all social medias and I'm gonna move off of Windows 11. I'm gonna move on to fucking Linux, some version of Linux, and then I will no longer have any technical difficulties ever. You never hear anyone complain about Linux. That's the funny thing. You hear people who are on Windows or on Mac make jokes about Linux. Of, oh, you have to run everything through a command prompt. You gotta run through everything through a terminal to make it work. But you never hear Linux people complain. Oh, the Shovel Knight melodies. It's me that the... Wait, is this Shovel Knight melody? Wait, shit, you might be right. It could be true. As I was saying, you never hear like Linux people say, man, fuck Linux. I hate using Linux. But every Mac user is like, man, I hate Apple. And every Windows 11 user wants to obliterate Microsoft with their mind. That's just, it's not a new thing. Like, it's something we can all agree upon. You still pretty quiet? God. Okay. Hey, audio might sound weird for a minute. I'm just gonna fucking unplug and plug my headphones. What? Well, now the music has stopped completely on my end. Can y'all hear me? I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything. I can't hear anything is the crazy part. Wait. There. Are we good now? Are we good? Can everyone hear me? I can hear now. I can hear now. I can hear shit now. We're good? One of these days! Who's the current CEO of Microsoft? And can I get away with making a joke about wanting to commit martial arts upon their body? No, probably not, because Twitch will get into a tizzy over inciting violence, even though I physically can't do anything to the current CEO of Microsoft, who I can't even name because I don't give a shit about them as a person. They're not a person. They are a lizard. Wiz is going off on one of his unk rants about hating technology. I'm gonna go live in the woods, fish in a pond. Don't gotta deal with this social media shit. 121st Ledian. Lediba. And the music's over. God damn it. I think my worst fear is that I'm gonna on auto. Well, going through the it's loud on my end now. I'm gonna like go through the motions and accidentally skip past a shiny Lediba. And then I'm gonna cry and piss everywhere. I'm fast. I'm fast on that draw with switching the Anton Blast, or switching the music when I see the media share pop up. Bam, 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 bam. God, I need to finish Captain Wayne. I haven't touched it since the other day. I just haven't, because I want to finish it when I'm able to sit down and finish it all in one clean sweep. I'm on like the last level, I think. I just haven't had the chance. I've been either working on shit for like setting up for streams and planning out future streams, or drawing stuff for projects for other friends that I can't show. That kind of sucks. I've been drawing a lot recently, but some of it is stuff that I can't show off because it's funny secrets for friend projects. Oh wait, shit, but I can finally talk about, I don't know, I don't think I ever shared on stream. I think a while back I alluded to working on secret projects and drawing for a friend, but I said I couldn't share because we were still anonymous with it. As of, fuck, was it this month or last month? One of the months, we revealed ourselves. It's for a dumb mashup tournament. If you're in that sphere about mashup music tournaments, you know, like King for Another Day-esque stuff, you'll get it. I did some of the art for a project called Untitled Green Tournament. Maybe I'll fucking post it in the Discord or something, because I'm happy with some of the shit. I drew like big evil guys for it. I drew a bunch of fusions because I love fusions. The whole concept was some of the characters I drew, we were taking characters from previous tournaments and a couple of them were fused together. So our usual artist, my friend Gongo, I asked him like, hey, I know you're the artist for Green. I know you're the Untitled Green artist for the project, but I love fusions because Ben 10 and Steven Universe kind of instilled love of fusions into me. Do you mind if I do the art for the fusions? And he was like, yeah, sure, go ahead. And I ended up doing them. So that was fun. It was a good way for me to practice with art. Hello, 133rd Lediba. I should pull out a calculator. 134, I should pull out a calculator and stupidly quickly mathly up and figure out how many Ledibas per minute have we been coming across. Oh, the emulator is struggling. What? Why? Oh, are we good? What the hell is going on there? Another Vulpix. I always sit here and think, yeah, shiny hunting is gonna take a while. It's gonna take a while, but like surely through brute force, I'm gonna come across one eventually. But then I think about the fact that, okay, throughout all of the Pokemon streams themselves, I don't think the only shiny Pokemon that I've come across was the shiny Gyarados in this run, and I'm pretty sure it was, oh, ad time. Thanks, OBS, for telling me that an ad was starting. Wouldn't it be really fun if we came across a shiny Lediba during the ad break? I'm saying now, unlike last night, where I was like, hey, if we find the legendaries super early on, we're gonna do Marvel Rivals for the rest of the stream. I don't know if I'd even do that tonight. If I find a shiny Lediba within the first 3 hours of the stream, I'm probably just gonna end. Hell, we're an hour in. From this point on, when we find a shiny Lediba, I'm gonna end stream and go rest up and do some other shit that isn't Pokemon. Yeah. Another Vulpix. And I think what's gonna make this so much funnier, I don't even like how shiny Lediba looks, if I'm being honest. Like, it's still Lediba. It's still Ledian, it's fine. But I think Ledian looks ad's done. I'm just kind of rambling. Despite how long it's gonna take for me to do this, or how long we're gonna be doing this, I don't even really like how shiny Ledian looks. I just think it's gonna be neat to have one to kind of show off. Looky here, I won the Ledian lottery. Hello, Lediba. We're getting closer and closer to the day I can just play all Deltarune at once. I think it's gonna be a magical day when I finally get to announce, all right, marathon stream. When Deltarune fully comes out, I'm going to ditch my usual stream schedule completely and just marathon the entire game at once. Just shotgun it front to end, just to finally say that I've played Deltarune. I think what's gonna make it satisfying is, like, from what I've seen people kind of say, each chapter seems like it's like around the 5 or 6 hour mark, roughly, question mark, you know, somewhere in there. So in theory, if I marathon shotgun through the whole game when it's out, I would be able to play through all of Deltarune within the month. You know, without spoiling, for anyone here who's played Chapter 5, what are thoughts on Chapter 5, you know, like in a general sense? I've been hearing a lot of people say that it's like best or second best chapter. Again, no spoils because I've not played it, and when I see people talk about it, they talk about it in a non-spoiler, very broad sense. Beep, 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 beep. Crash bash. Everyone dies. I still gotta beat Chapter 4. Get on it. No time like now. We're gonna be here for the next 5 hours still. Stick me on in the corner like I'm a fucking Subway Surfer video. I mean, if you crop the stream just right, you could have both the screens on the right, and you just put that next to whatever the hell you wanted. Oh, excuse me. Hell, if you really wanted to, you could crop the main screen of the stream and put it below or above some Family Guy clips, and I bet you could... Would anyone watch this? I was about to say, you can make a mean $1 on like TikTok or something if you upload to say, would anyone even watch this? Stupid wizard shiny hunting with Family Guy funny moments on the, like, up on top of it. Me rambling about the state of gaming and having technical difficulties and wishing to perform violent martial arts on the CEO of Microsoft. See, that's a threat I can kind of make, because I physically, not only can I not physically, you know, come into contact with the CEO, I don't know any martial arts. I just know some partial arts. This, yeah, you really might do something. It's gonna poison the water supply of whatever TikTok account would post it. And gameplay in the background. I mean, these streams, like, take it a bit off a second. These streams are meant to be just like very chill, very like just me rambling, talking with people who come into my chat and talk about the games I'm playing. Oh, angry printer. I don't know what the song is in Deltarune or where it plays, but this sounds like some Tim Follins ass boss music. This is up there with Plock. Also, we have now found a Ledian for every Pokemon in Gen 1. Congrats! Praise be! If the entirety of Generation 1 was replaced by Lediba, by God, I would fucking play that game all the way through. Can I at least make it to 1,000? I feel like before the end of the stream, we're gonna get either 2 or very close to 1,000. We're about an hour in. We're at the 153 mark. So times 6. Fire Red and Leaf Green, but oops, already, but unironically, I'm putting out, I would play that entire ROM hack. I've said before that I don't think I would ever stream myself playing Gen 1 because I think it's like the least interesting going on generation. But if someone were to make a ROM hack, hell, fuck it, if I figured out how to do it, I'd make it a ROM hack and stream myself playing it. A ROM hack that replaces every single goddamn Pokemon with different Ledibuzz and all the different moves they could learn. The hell yeah. Oops, all Ledibuzz. The only Pokemon are Lediba and Ledians. Those are the only teams. Those are the only ones. And the Elite Four are just all Ledians with like what the most varied moves you can get on Ledian. I don't even know what the full variations of moves you can get on him are. That does make me want. Now I'm curious. What are all the moves that Ledian can learn? Because I know by at least Pokemon X, it's like he can learn a decent amount using only Ledians. What is the most diverse set of moves you can get in Pokemon? There's a challenge. I mean, fuck, I beat Leaf Green once with a whole team of Rattatas and a single Squirtle. So I could work with a whole team of Ledians if I really wanted to. Got Bit Buddy recently, and it's one of my favorite things to keep on in the back. What's Bit Buddy? Is that like one of those desktop pets? Is it Bonzi Buddy? Are we bringing back Bonzi Buddy? Are we bringing back Clippy and Bonzi Buddy? I know that shit was full of like spyware or whatever, but like Bonzi Buddy specifically, but like if we brought back Bonzi Buddy, I don't think I'd be too upset. It's so stupid. I bet someone's made a version of Bonzi Buddy that isn't riddled with awful malware and like spyware or whatever, and thus could be safely used. And if that exists, it's kind of like your PNG thingy. Oh, it's like having it's like a me. Put me on your computer. I definitely will not be full of spyware and malware and shareware and WarioWare. I'm gonna be full of everywhere, and also a zip bomb containing like that giant PNG of TF2 Heavy that's called like Warrior, and it's like 2 terabytes. That's me. That's me as a virus. You know what? Shout out Big Beat Mar. Shout out YouTube poops in general. YouTube poops are great. You know what? Here you are. you know, it was say. Part of me, to prep for the stream, part of me kind of wanted to set up the stupid Game Boy Advanced TV again, and we watched through fucking Shrek on GBA video again. But then I'm pretty sure the last time I tried doing that, it like got a small copyright thing on the channel because it picked up on the copyright music. We're actually moving with your mouse into the funny keyboard spam when you press something on your keyboard. It also has controllers for it. Ah, splendid. You have a little guy that just follows you around and does shit. Well, now that still just makes me wish we had modern day Bonzi Buddy. I know Bonzi Buddy gets like memed on hard, particularly from shit like Joel Vine Sauce. Oh, we gotta pause Big Beat Mario. Hello, Mega Man 8-Bit Deathmatch. Hello, Doom Game. God, Captain Wayne. I'm only thinking about it because thinking of 8-Bit Deathmatch makes me think of Captain Wayne because it makes me think of Doom, and I love Doom. I love the OG Doom despite not playing a whole lot of it personally. I just love the aesthetic of Doom. Doom has a very specific, like, visual style with, like, the simple 3D environments with, like, the 2D sprites that are always facing you. I think the effect is called, like, billboarding, I'm pretty sure, in gaming terms. It's great. I love that visual style, and it's a major reason why I love Captain Wayne. And just the Doom engine in general, and 8-Bit Deathmatch. Excuse me. I drank a big glass of chocolate milk before going live, and it's not sitting with me particularly well. I make poor choices regarding my health, but it's fine because I don't plan on dying ever. Will I suffer through my choices? Yes, absolutely. But I won't die. We've been going for about an hour. I need a drink of water. First drink of water. This whole stream, I'm pretty sure. I don't know how I've gone the whole time talking. Ah. Wow. I think I've brought up, I know I have, about how when we're done with the Crash playthrough, which is going to be soon, we're going to do a Spyro playthrough. Part of me, not instead of Spyro, but when we're done with Spyro, kind of wants to do one of the Mega Man series as a full playthrough. I don't know if it would just be the classic Mega Mans or X or one of the RPGs. Part of me almost wants it to be like Star Force on DS, because I've heard positive things about Battle Network and Star Force. They were never quite my cup of tea, because I just always really enjoyed the classic Mega Man the most. Nothing against X or Zero or any of the other games, just classic was always my thing. You know, just growing up playing those games. It's fun. It's good shit. Anyways. Bam, 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 bam. But I also recognize if I play like the classic Mega Mans, I would go insane. I would go evil. I would become evil wizard. Those games are brutal. They are. They're good, but they're hard as fuck. And not even like a fair hard a lot of the time, if we're being completely honest. A lot of it's like bullshit arcade era difficult. Excuse me. Okay, as much as I love this song, I want to skip it. I don't want to listen to this. A little too high energy for me. I don't remember putting the... Oh, this isn't my playlist. It's Oh, Grow a Spine Will You from King for Another Day. I don't know why we skipped out of my playlist, but you know what? I'll let this slide. Is that Shiny Ledian? Am I... Stop! My brain's already cooked. I can't remember. I don't think it is. Aren't they only... They're yellow. They're like a yellowy orange. Yeah, that's right. This guy is just red. I don't know why I started to think this guy was a shiny. My brain's already getting cooked. I'm trying to sit where I can just have the fan be on my head. Stop and look, talk about Ledian. Trying to find him. Oh wait, there's another one. Look, I am genuinely very close to disabling this as a reward because it was funny at the time when I first started, and I could sit there and re-explain and say why I love Ledian, but we all know why I love Ledian. We all know, and it sucks. Throughout how many times I've played Pokemon and how many times I've caught Ledian and tried to find a shiny, talk about him, I've kind of run out of talking points on just Ledian. And no, that doesn't mean, oh, I should talk about Ledibuzz then. No, I don't have a lot to say on either of them. He's cute. He's very bad stat-wise. I love him dearly. Like, unironically, I think I have fully shifted away. Like, there's not a single bit of ironic enjoyment for this bug. It's all unironic now. He's on my Tomodachi Life Island currently, where he is my actual son. There's an AI viewer thing. Kill. Get him out of here. Thank you for helping with that, Ledian. We're gonna try and find a shiny version of you. It would be great if we could. But I also might remove the thing where I'm forced to stop and talk about you, little bud, because I just don't have anything new to say ever. And it just kind of feels like I feel bad because viewers are basically wasting their points by forcing me to stop because I don't have anything to say, and I feel bad because I love this guy. But I've said all that there is to say about him. What is left to say? Like, genuinely. Back to the hunt. I was really hoping that the next Pokemon encounter would have been a shiny Ledian, because it would have been so perfect thematically. I go in a little spiel about how I can't say much more about you, and then he shows up. But no, I don't get to be that lucky. We are 179 Ledibuzz in. I'm officially going a bit cuckoo crazy. There's a small part of me that is genuinely contemplating not even making this a 6-hour long live stream. Like, I love Ledian. We've established this. I love it. And I'd love to have a shiny. But there's a whole thing about, like, am I really going to want to sit here for 6 hours just walking back and forth, talking with chat, listening to music? I've done this song and dance, so this is the 3rd time now where I've gone and done a shiny hunting stream like this, and I thought that they'd be easier to go through, but it's just not. And a genuine part of me is like, look, I love the stupid bug, but finding a shiny one is just so obnoxiously tedious. I mean, hey, the past, like, 6 Pokemon so far in the grass have been Ledian. The past 7 or so have been Ledian. None of them shiny. Maybe that's a good omen. Maybe it's a very good omen. No bad omen now because we got that guy. He sucks. Statler and Waldorf from Muppets. Why? so many settlers. And like, I'm already getting tired, and I hate this. I don't want to be getting tired. And it feels kind of like a waste to sit here and just, if I'm gonna use up a 6-hour time slot, a rarity for streams, just to do this. I don't know. Part of me, I was thinking about it earlier, genuine thing about it earlier because I was playing it more. Contemplating halfway through this, when we take our break and we're done and we get up for a bit, to just call it at the halfway point and switch to playing something else, or even just end stream. Maybe the counter is what's doing it. Maybe I don't know. Check YouTube chat site. Oh, Francisco said hi a while back. I forgot to check the YouTube chat. Hell, if I see any shiny, I might just stop, because it's like, if it's not a shiny Ledian, I mean, I'd like it to be a shiny Ledian, but if it's any shiny, I'll take it, because it's like, there, we did the 1 in 8,000 chance. It is making me happy how many we're running into of just these guys. I picked a good location to do this. When I was looking through the locations, I was really hoping I was going to come across one that was like 90% chance of Ledian. And it's like, okay, that's going to make things like a lot easier for me. And you know what? This ain't that high, but like, it's something. Hello, Ledian. And we're about to hit 200 of these beautiful little guys. 200, yay! Not a shiny one in sight. It's like I slept good, I rested throughout the day, all that shit. I think it's just fully setting in just how annoying this is gonna be. And that's why we had the Master Ball. It's why I've saved it this whole time, so that if I happen to run across, stretch my legs, run across them, I can just catch them immediately, no questions asked. It's like, I feel like the meme of the guy with mining for diamonds and then giving up, because it's like, dude, I could catch him, but I could also just stop at any time, but I could come across him any time now. I also realized I've been wasting like my controller battery. I don't need a controller plugged in just for this. I'm already reaching up to have to increment the counter. Might as well just use my arrow keys. Well, like I said earlier, these streams are supposed to be kind of chill, laid back. There's still usually something going on. This is just me walking back and forth. I don't know, just reevaluating lately how I've been handling streams and how I've been doing shit. And like, this is one of those things where it's like, man, is this interesting at all? I get bored easily. My chat's probably gonna get bored easily doing this. Probably doesn't help that it's so hot out, so I'm melting a wee bit doing this. At least last time we did this shit, it was regular temperatures out. Stretching. Uh. 209. But I also wonder if it's like, if it's too late. I've already built up this stream so much, built up the hype around, oh yeah, we're gonna go for a while looking, that if I chicken out before the 6-hour mark, what was the point? The point is cutting my losses and all that jazz. Maybe I missed something. Let's look. SoulSilver. Shiny hunting techniques. That scared the shit out of me a little. What's the quickest way to shiny hunt with the best odds in SoulSilver? I'm just looking through. Masuda Method is game. Have enough coins to buy 5 Pokemon. You can quickly buy 5 Pokemon and fill your party. Check if they're shiny and then soft reset if they aren't. This gives you the same odds as Masuda with 1/3. Viable option is soft resetting for the starters. Okay. I'm just looking up the different ways. SoulSilver. Game corner Pokemon. I don't think you can find a Ledibun in the game corner, so I don't think it's gonna matter. Yeah, no, it don't matter at all. Don't matter, which sucks. If Ledian was here, I would maybe. What about the other things listed? They're trying on because you can see 3. This frankly raises your odds to that. These are your best options. Shiny FAQ, read before posting. Shiny, are shiny Pokemon stronger? I see one. Wait, Pokemon shiny, you can get shiny starters and legendaries. Man. We're trying to save her. Is there a way to try again? This is about mystery gift Pokemon. Few methods. The first, probably most widely known, is Pokeradar chaining. Pokeradar is key item again, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. You can just increase the odds. Masuda Method, which I can't really do. Wait. If you put Pokemon in the daycare center with a Pokemon from a game of a different language than the one you're playing, the chance of getting a shiny Pokemon in an egg increases to 1024. This method does not work with supposedly 4 Pokemon from in-game. Oh, does not work. Won't work with 2 Pokemon from the same foreign region, such as 2 Japanese on the same card. Yeah, no, nothing. I was trying to see if there was anything I missed in regards to shiny hunting, because I was researching earlier. I don't even know if the Masuda Method. I tried the other day to get trading to work on my emulator, and I just couldn't get it to connect to even the fake Wi-Fi. So even if I did manage to figure out some way to get a foreign Pokemon and get someone to trade with me, it wouldn't matter because I couldn't get it to work. So Masuda's method's out. And without using a save thing to like mess with Cute Charm or anything, which I don't want to do, Cute Charm method is out. It's all just RNG. I guess what could be interesting sometime would be to try and get a shiny starter, you know, doing the soft reset and everything. That could be fun, having a shiny starter. Maybe, would I want to do that on the next playthrough? On whatever next one? Probably not. I would maybe try it a few times, see if I could gamble and get a shiny. Like, I've not decided what Pokemon game we're gonna play next, but I know that at some point before the year's done, I want to play Pokemon Black or White. One of them, I haven't decided which one, or if it matters which one. And maybe I refresh a few times to try and get a shiny. What's the water type of that gen? Oshawott? Is that Gen 5? I'm pretty sure that's, yeah, that's Gen 5. Because Gen 4 was Chimchar, which is what I picked. I picked him because we ended up with Infernape at the end. I'm remembering now. Stretching my back. So like a shiny Oshawott, I guess I'd have to look and see what a shiny Oshawott even looks like. Or maybe one of the shiny legendaries that are guaranteed to spawn in one spot would be interesting to try and go after. Those are at least a little more interesting to me than just a shiny Ledian, as much as I love Ledian. You know, those are like specialty Pokemon. Those are ones that you can typically only collect like once per game. Up to 222. 223. I think I might call it. Look, I won't call it yet, but if we get to, assuming I don't like physically start falling asleep or degrading live on camera, if we get to like 500 and no shiny, I might just call it. Which I know it's like a drop in the bucket, you know, 500 with each one being the 1 in 8,000 whatever chance. But like, man, if I just had to press a singular button, this would be, is there any way, is there any physical way I could set up a turbo that like cycles between pressing left right really quickly, so I just run in place and then all I gotta do is increment the counter or click a thing? Let's look through the settings. Input, turbo fire, period 6. I remember I set up a hotkey that's a turbo fire, retro pad binds. Turbo was keypad 8, which I believe just makes it, well, it's not working now. I had it set up a while back when I was shiny hunting or what? Yeah, we're shiny hunting the potato monster for a shiny Ledian, or Lediba specifically, that will evolve into a Ledian. And I'm just trying to see if there's any way I can game the system a little bit and try and automate the walking back and forth, because it's the part that's making me go a little cuckoo crazy. So welcome. I've got a timer going to keep track of every Lediba I come across, just as a fun little counter. We're not doing any fancy methods, we're just sitting here and doing this and chatting and listening to music and all that shit. And I'm trying not to go insane with doing this tedious task. I don't think there's a way to auto walk around, which really sucks. That would have been nice. If I could just press a button and the game just makes me walk left to right, that would have been fine. I would have taken it. But no, if I walk in the same spot, no. I guess theoretically what I could do... hang on. Theoretically, to make this a little bit easier, our chances are going to go down. But if I go to where... Hang on, let me see. Game location, SoulSilver, headbutt trees. I can do it in Viridian City. If I can find a tree... Do you have a shiny charm or is this full odds? It's full odds. Shiny charms weren't in SoulSilver as far as I'm aware. I could be wrong. Let me double check. I don't think... Shiny charm. Key item introduced in black 2 and white 2. Yeah, no. It's full odds. Theoretically, our odds would be lower finding one in a city by headbutting. But also, man, I am getting so tired of walking everywhere. So you know what? Hang on. Safari Zone, Ekrutik Town, Ekrutik City. Is that the one that's right above me? That's right above me. Let's go walk up to Ekrutik and headbutt a tree in town and see if we find one. That's the right table. Because theoretically, then I could set up a turbo fire that just repeatedly presses A. I know that there's different groups of Pokemon and everything, and you can find different ones in different trees. But I need to do something a little more... I either need something that's more stimulating than just walking back and forth, or less stimulating that I can just automate. That's a hoot. Okay, so in... Let's see... Ekrutik City... Pokemon in Gen 4... Ledibuzz 30% chance in Group B, but I don't know what group this is. So we found a tree, so we just gotta confirm what group this is. And then I can just go set up Execute. Execute is in both groups, so this doesn't help either. Hey, Ledibuzz. So... this tree does have a chance of dropping one, so what we could do... Oh. I did not mean to hit that setting. If I can remember where to go to set... Auto... Why did you reset? Why are you like this, RetroArch? I clearly was not even on the reset thing. I don't fucking care. I'm walking back up to Ekrutik. I know which tree. Oh, and the egg's gonna rehatch. Give him a name. Yeah, sure. It's that. I don't care. Which tree was it? Was it this tree? Yeah, it was this tree. Hey, and there's another Ledibuzz. So technically our odds are slightly worse doing it through this. But if I can set the turbo fire to be that just repeatedly presses A. Turbo activate and to use the support specific bind. No, how do I... try and remember how to do it. Because I set it up to... turbo fire is on. Turbo bind. Period. Map port 1. Swap screens. Analog. How do I set it? I don't remember. I did it a while back. Is it just in the overall inputs? No, because that turns it on or off. Turbo fire mode. Retro pad bind. Empty uses. Give me 1 second. I know I had this on a while back. Hockey. Enable. I'm up. Save state. Play replay. Turbo fire toggle. Yeah, it's that. Oh, okay, here we go. A button. Right. So if this is on, why is it not working? Frames and turbo enable buttons are pressed. Number of frames are held down for, I don't know, every 10 frames? Well, now my A button just doesn't work. Is the turbo too fast for it? Can you adjust turbo? Oh, wait, hang on. Turbo mode. Single button. What? Single button. Classic toggle. Turbo fire on. Single button toggle. Single button hold. Wait, turbo button. A. I'm trying to get the turbo to work to make this be at least somewhat automated. Like, I know at that point I technically wouldn't be doing anything. Period and frames and turbo enable buttons are pressed. Frame 1. Duty cycle every 6 frames. I don't know. I can't get it to work, so we're just gonna do it like this. At least it's one button. So our odds have gone down a little bit, but at least it's something I can spam through a lot easier. I don't know, running back and forth in grass, like, that gets old so quickly. This is, I think, it's probably as fast as just encountering in the grass, but this time I'm just having to press one button. Oh, I could also just touch screen a whole bunch, but that's gonna be more annoying. Yep. So we're just gonna do this for a bit. Odds are very, very slightly worse doing it from here. I'm aware of that. And maybe we'll swap back to rummaging in the grass for a bit. I just want a little bit of change of scenery. Full odds shiny hunting, everyone's favorite activity, everyone's favorite evening time activity. I wonder if there's a way in the settings to just make dialogue boxes automatically, like, go through. Is that an option? Battle scene off, text speed fast. There we go. I'll make this go by relatively quicker. There's another Ladybug. Oop. There's another. Trust me, I wish the shiny charm was something I could use here. But it ain't. And I just gotta accept that. Wonder if I just spam A, will it automatically try and make me fight, or will it make me... Okay, it'll make me go fight, which doesn't really matter because I kill no matter what. So I could just spam A. No, because eventually I'll run out of PP. There's another one. We keep going. There's another one. My beautiful bug boy. I guess I should also think on what I want to name the Ledian if I find one tonight. Another good thing, if I could have gotten this to automate, words, then I could like unironically Subway Surfer-esque do something on the side while looking for shiny. Gizmo, can you stop? You're not helping over there. But yeah, duh, Potato Monster, we're just doing this. We're just shiny hunting. I've already beaten the game. I've beaten every gym leader. I've beaten Red. I went and got the starters from Oak and Steven. And I've gotten some of the legendaries. Not all of them, just some. Because fuck the roaming legendaries. It's like the most bullshit thing ever. Oh, you want to know what we should do after we do this for a bit? We should go check on our 2 starters that we put over in the daycare. When we get up to 250. When we get up to 250, we'll go check on the daycare Pokemon. And in fact, here, to variety a little bit, let's hop down and check the grass some more. So once we get up to 250, we'll break a second and go check on the daycare babies. Because I've left them in there for quite a while now. Because we got them like right away last night. Like at the beginning of the stream. And then put them in the daycare. And then ran around everywhere to try and catch the Latios and the other guy. The dog. Get his name. Alright, one more and then we'll break just long enough to check on them. Come on, give it to me. I thought I caught a Vulpix. No, I didn't save because I accidentally reset the game again. Okay. We're breaking a second. We're gonna go check on the daycare babies. So let me run down here to the daycare. We'll fly back and get back to the shiny hunt in a second. Let's put the 2 little chudlings, the 2 little egg babies. I forgot he's in here. Get to box 2. You and you in here. I mean, there's still their regular thing. Oh, they're both. Yes, I want my Pokemon back. They're both level 19. Actually, hang on. Let's go ahead and drop off Gizmo back. So they've gone up 14 levels. That's good. Let's fly back and let's just do more running. The headbutt, as like funny as it is to do and have as a side thing, it is slightly lower odds. I think, actually, wait. Yes, finding Lediba in the grass is higher odds, 40%, but there's also a higher pool of Pokemon in the grass. But I also feel like just in general, we're finding more of them in the grass here. At least speeding up the in-game text has made this go by. Is making this go by quite a lot faster. Yeah, this is a lot better than headbutting. Headbutting was easier, but this is providing much better chances of actually coming across the guy. I wish there were literally any other places that you could... Hang on, am I stupid? I checked. SoulSilver. Yeah, no, there's no other ways to get him, which sucks. I mean, hey, at least since we're playing on SoulSilver, we actually can find him. If we were on Heart Gold, I would have been fucked, because you can't even find Ladybug here. At least we're not going so fast that by the time I see that it's going to be a shiny, I'll have time to react and, you know, stop myself from just automatically skipping. Oh. I guess I can give my you know what, and no matter how long we spend on this, I'm trying to decide, do I still want to do that stupid tier list of all the Pokemon? Oh, my headphone cord is caught on my chair. God damn it. I hope that doesn't fuck up anything. I accidentally just rolled on it a bit. I can still hear, and OBS says it's still picking up my mic good, so I'm gonna assume we're still good. Do I still want to do that tier list of every Pokemon in Gen 2? I thought about it early on in the series, but admittedly, I feel like I'm just not going to have a lot of thoughts on most of them. I know that in the coming day or two, I gotta update the big stupid wizard tier list to include more games. I'm supposed to be like a lot better at keeping up with the tier list and keeping all the games that I play on the channel on it, but I forget a lot. There's another. You know, like I've not added hardly... come on. I've not added Crash of the Titans or Mind Over Mutant yet, or I don't even think we added Tag Team Racing and Boom Bang to the list. I don't think. I could be wrong. Hello, Vulpix. Hello, Ladybug. One of these times you're gonna be a shiny. And you'll be all mine. Despite this whole process, I do unironically kind of want to go through and fully do the Pokédex on this game specifically. I said it last night, but it would definitely be an off-stream thing, especially with all the different times a day you gotta find the Pokemon. And, you know, having to do a whole playthrough of Heart Gold to get, like, the Pokemon in that game. Or at least a most of Heart Gold. I'd have to do just enough to access the second area to access Kanto, and Johto, so I get all the Pokemon from both regions. But like, I think I decide if I like this game more or Emerald more, because I've also been keeping a running thing in my head of which Pokemon games I've liked the most to least. My least favorite has been Pokemon X. It's the least charming visually. It's the least interesting. All of them are very uninteresting story-wise, if I'm being completely honest, of the ones I've played. but that one was the like absolute least interesting. Felt like I had the least to say. It was the slowest and most of a trudge, it felt like, to get through. Above it is probably Platinum. I like Platinum a bit more, but it was also kind of just awkward. Gen 4 is still kind of weird. I really do like SoulSilver. I think it's the case of like, it's more complicated than a regular Gen 1 game. Like there's a bit more going on, but it's not so much going on that it's enough for me to kind of handle. This is Pokemon I can handle. I don't know how else to word it. I mean, I guess my thing has always been, I'm not a Gen 1er. I'm not one of those guys who mindlessly just glaze Gen 1 because it's the best generation or anything. I don't think that. I don't think that at all. But I do think that Gen 1 had some of the strongest designs of Pokemon, but Gen 2 ain't no slouch. I think Gen 2 is pretty close with a lot of its designs. I think they also stand up pretty well comparatively. And to a lesser extent, Gen 3, but I think like Gen 4 onwards is where you start having a lot more hit or miss designs, or designs that you're probably only going to be fond of if you're like nostalgic for them. Like Gen 5, I know a lot of people are nostalgic for Gen 5, so a lot of people really like all the Pokemon there. But I'm gonna be real, at least from what I've seen. Again, I've not played Black or White yet, but from the random I've seen, most of them kind of just look whatever to me. I think that was the one with like Tepig. I like Tepig and his generation line. I don't remember the water type. No, it's Oshawott. Oshawott is Gen 5, right? That's the water type. And then they become the big seal samurai thing, I think, right? I don't know. My brain's sludge right now. As we're nearing 300 Ledibuzz sighted. But anyways, like, I don't like playing Gen 1 because it's the most boring, but it has some of the strongest Pokemon designs. So Gen 2 is a nice mix where I think basically all the designs are great, but it's got more shit going on. So I genuinely think, I don't know if it's a hot take, I think SoulSilver kind of has the best of all worlds for me so far, and I think it's my personal favorite. It's got the strongest overall Pokemon designs. The story, as nothing as it is, it's kind of nothing in a good way in that it doesn't really get in the way of you. This isn't like Emerald or X where I'm actively frustrated by the villains of the story. You know, there's not really a villain. Like there's the asshole like rival, and he's a villain, but even then I'm not gonna say he's a good villain. He's got nothing going on character-wise. But I will say, at the very least, he didn't actively frustrate me. What song is this? Cortex's boss fight from Crash 2. Specifically the Insane Trilogy version. I'm gonna take a second to get a drink of water. Second drink of water. All stream. I think taking that break to check on the daycare Pokemon kind of rejuvenated me very, very slightly. To kind of just continue running back and forth. I think it was just an hour and a half of running back and forth in the field and pressing up on a little counter every once in a while. Just kind of gets to a man, you know? As we're nearing the 2-hour mark and as we're nearing 300, I think our average rate is about 150 per hour, it looks like. I don't know what that would equal to for me. You know, let's pull out a calculator. Let's do some calculator. So 120, so 300 divided by 120, roughly 2.5 Ledian per minute. And hang on, calculator back out. My initial rough estimate of 25,000 attempts to have one chance for Ledian, a shiny, divided by 2.5 minutes, 10,000 minutes. Let's divide that by 60. 100, okay. 166 hours ain't happening. How many Ledybugs am I expected to encounter in, let's see, 0.5, 2.5 every 60 minutes. Oh, actually, I wouldn't need to do that much math. If it's 150 per hour, roughly, that's like my rough current Ledybug per hour. In 6 hours, I will come across, what, 900? Which is pretty small potatoes. Now, to be fair, if I were playing this at normal hardware speed, not sped up, you'd half that number. I'd only be finding one Ledybug every minute or so. And it would take like much longer to do all of this. I don't know, I guess I thought my odds overall were gonna be better than what they're currently at. Unless we just get insane luck and just like only find Ledybugs from now on, which is what we're getting a lot of them right now at the very least, and never mind. They're just gonna take insane luck to try and find the shiny. Pim 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 pim. I really don't want a Stantler. Stop giving me Stantler. I don't need a Pidgey either. Boom, boom. My brain lagged for a second. I didn't know what I forgot what I was doing for a moment there. Are we still live? We are still live. Just very slow going. 310. 311. It's beautiful how many Ledybugs are out here in this little grotto in this very small patch of grass. Then again, maybe I'm just seeing the same like 5 Ledybugs over and over and over. There's one shiny amongst them. But he just doesn't want to show up. I wonder, when does it calculate shinies? Could I, in theory, if I figured it out, like, does it calculate the moment that flashes on screen? Because if so, I could always save state right when that happens. And then just reload over and over and over again. You know, hotkey the load save state button. And just Doctor Strange run through all the timelines until I find a shiny. Do we... Oh. Oh, don't tell me. Are we... Someday we're gonna play Hotel Mario all the way through on stream. I think that'd be funny.
I hope she made lots of spaghetti.
I think I talked about it, but you know what? We're in rambly, ranty mode. I actually played a bit of Hotel Mario with the Mushroom Kingdom. I played a bit of Hotel Mario and Zelda Faces of Evil, just out of my own curiosity. Hotel Mario. I've always heard people say it's horrendous, it's awful, it's terrible. Admittedly, it's not that bad. It's really not in the grand pantheon. It's probably, if we wanted to count it as a Mario platformer, it's probably one of the worst. I say one of because, you know, lost levels still happened. But like, admittedly, at least from what I played like a good hour and a half of it just out of curiosity. It's kind of fun. It's a very simple arcade game where you just run around closing doors and the music's funky, and I'm quite endeared by the in-game sprites. Not the cutscenes. The cutscenes are terrible and they deserve to be memed on, but like the in-game sprite of Mario is kind of cute and charming. Faces of Evil is shit from a butt. It just is. Like Hotel Mario, I play, I was like, wow, that was unironically not the worst thing ever. And then Face of Evil was like, oh no, we need a meme on this one even more. This one is actually awful. It's confusing to figure out where you gotta go. Too many toasters. Let's say all toasters, toast. You know what? Inferior. Sorry. Faces of Evil is ass. It's confusing to figure out where you gotta go. It's very unintuitively designed. The cutscenes are even worse because, at the very least, these cutscenes, where'd she go? Where'd she go? Over there, over there. I've been listening to a lot of Big Beat Mario lately. These cutscenes are just in between the levels. They aren't important for the story or important to the game. Faces of Evil's cutscenes are even worse in my opinion, because you have to try and figure out what people are saying or what the cutscenes actually mean, because they're important to figuring out how to progress in the game. These are better in my opinion, because they're just interstitial little funny cutscenes. Bum bum bum.
Hard to see through those clouds. I hope we can get rid of them.
Hey you, get off my cloud. This is gonna be any second now, ain't it? Who? Get off my cloud. I wonder what the voice of Hotel Mario is up to nowadays. Is he still around? I hope. It's been one of those days.
Come on, Luigi.
It's just one of those days where you don't want to wake up. Everything sucks. Everybody sucks. Everybody sucks. Just one of those. He said, she said, we said. Shout out Limp Bizkit for no reason other than a little bit of nostalgia. Where's the princess? Over there. Over there. Where'd she go? Where'd she go? Over there. That ain't even me. I never got far enough into the game to figure out what the pennies pinch back means.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
That little theme, the it's kind of funky.
Bowser's laugh. Look.
Or this theme, it ain't bad.
This is it, Luigi.
Bum 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 bum.
That's fire.
Bum 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 bum. Like guys, Hotel Mario ain't great, but like the music's kind of good. I know this one is like a meme, but it's also catchy enough. It doesn't sound like anything like Mario music, admittedly. It sounds more like depressed clown music. Like, you played this music over footage of like a sad clown. I think that fits. But I don't know, the like the final area theme that was playing in the last cutscene. I don't know, that one's like actually kind of good. And you know what? I'll say it, the cutscenes, they're also kind of good in their own way. Again, it's like Zelda was taken a lot more seriously, so like those cutscenes were less acceptable then. Mario has always been a little bit more of a loosey-goosey franchise with how it wants to depict stuff. Think back to Nintendo Power, the comic that was like the precursor to Super Mario Land 2 that showed Mario and Wario as kids. It's like, it's goofy, it's fun. So the cutscenes being weird little things, I don't mind too much. Almost 350. Maybe I should readjust my numbers because it feels like 150 per minute doesn't seem, or per hour doesn't seem quite right. I feel like I'm running across way more than that. It just kind of keeps going in and out of being big waves of them. Then again, that's the 40%. That's a 40% working its magic. I've been getting back into Marvel Rivals more. I think I said that the other night, but I've been playing a lot more the past few days. And I know that back when I streamed the game, I mostly played Thor and how I bragged about being one of the best Thors. And I still think I'm a pretty damn good Thor. I don't know if I can still, with confidence, say I'm one of the best in North America, even if I was saying that partially jokingly. I've been seeing a lot of really good Thors, both on my team and enemy teams, like lately. The character that I've been more playing as that I would say I'm as good as, or even better than I am with Thor, is Thing. Man, like, I know I played him some when I was live, like a long while back when I streamed Marvel Rivals. But goddamn, he's so good. You're able to exert so much pressure on the battlefield. His team up with Hulk, I don't know when they added that, if it was this season or last season, because I didn't play at all last season. Look, the women of Marvel Rivals do nothing for me. Like, overall, I don't care much for them. I don't care about Black Cat. I don't care about White Fox. If anything, I actively dislike White Fox because she has a crowd control move that affects Thing, and Thing's whole gimmick is that he can't be affected by most normal crowd control moves, so it fucks me up. To be fair, they explain it in lore, it's like Thing can't be physically stopped by crowd control moves. You know, he's not going to be stopped by webbing or by, like, being frozen, or at least not too often. Like, it's very little that can stop him or slow him down. So White Fox having like this charm thing that charms him mentally and it makes you walk a bit, I don't like it, but it makes sense. It just throws me off because I'm so used to having that security blanket of, oh, if I play Thing, I get to move exactly where I want to move anytime I want, and no one can stop me unless they want to use up an ult or something. But like the team up they added with Hulk is so good. It's so simple, but it feels really good, and I just like it because I already pre that team up being added, I liked teaming up with Hulk. Hulk and Thing, I don't know if it's like fair to say they perfectly cover each other's weaknesses, but the way I play Thing in comparison to a lot of like high level Hulks play Hulk, it feels like we kind of cover each other's. Like, high-level Hulk are jumping into the middle of enemy teams and punching all around and jumping out after they've dealt some damage. And then when he jumps back out, I jump in with my Thing and I sweep up all the guys who are low. Or I'll jump in with him initially and we can just power bomb the weaklings in the back. And while he's kind of jumping at the support, I can go after the shield tank and punch right through his shield, because the fucking right click on thing is one of the greatest one of the greatest attacks in any hero shooter ever invented, because of how satisfying it is visually and audibly and mechanically. And god damn it, I love playing as the blue-eyed ever-loving thing. I start every match, I'll instant lock my thing with my Lord icon, and I'll open up the mic and go, "Who's ready to be fantastic?" and do it. It's a shitty impression, but I don't care. I have a fun time. And if everyone else in that lobby is having a good time, someone will typically swap to another member of the Fantastic Four. And that's when I know, hell yeah, this is a team worth playing with, because they're cool and they're going to do shit like that. I think the funniest thing happened the other day. Instalock thing, I did my "Who's ready to be fantastic" line, and then someone in the team chat was like, "Just for that, I'm gonna play Hawkeye and not help you as tank at all." And I responded back, "That's okay, Clint. You do your thing, I'll do my thing." And then I ended up MVPing that round. Like, I obliterated as solo tank. It was great. Partially why I kind of want to, if we can find a Shiny Ledian early, kind of want to just keep the stream going by playing Marvel Rivals, because fuck, I was playing it some before I went live, and it's like, I forgot how much I really love this game. They gave me a survey. Since I hadn't played in a while, the game sent me a survey asking me to fill out, asking like, "Hey, we're glad you're back. If you do this survey, you'll get some free currency. You'll get a little bit of the in-game currency. You want to say why you left the game for a while, why you came back, is there anything we can do to keep you playing more often?" And like, what brought me back, and it genuinely is impressive. I genuinely do love this. So the game used to be 120 gigabytes, which is like, it's modern AAA gaming. I hate that it's that big, but it's whatever. But with this recent update, with the recent season, they pushed out the option that you can turn off some of the HD, like super HD 4K textures, and shave it down to 80 gigs, which is still a lot, but like a third of the game. They've made an optional third of the game no longer required to download if you want to save space. So on the survey, they had an option to be like, was one of the reason because of file size? And I'm like, yeah, because the game's quite big. And I know you guys already performed wizardry by shaving it down 1/3 already, but if you guys could shave it down even more, I probably wouldn't even bother uninstalling Rivals again, because 80 gigs, it's still a lot. And there's some times where I'm working on a video or planning out something where it's like, I'm sorry, Marvel Rivals, I could use those 80 gigs for something. You're going for now. Like, shit, NetEase, if you're listening, if you could shave that down another 40, I don't know how the hell you would. I don't know what witchcraft you'd have to do. If you could shave that down even more, not only would I, like, not bother uninstalling the game ever, I could easily convince, I have several friends who used to play the game back when it first came out, who had to uninstall it because of file size issues, because, you know, they had other stuff they wanted to do, who have admitted, like, if they could shave it down more, they would gladly hop back in with me. It's like, come on, Rivals. Not only would you be getting me, like, staying consistently, because, like, hell, shave it down to 60 gigs. 60 is still a lot, but I think 60 is, like, small in modern gaming terms. 60 gigabytes would be pretty damn small. Like, that'd be smaller than, I'm trying to think of other games of its caliber. I mean, currently at 80 gigs, I think it's smaller than TF2. And I keep TF2 installed even when I go months without touching it. At 80 gigs, I think it's smaller than, like, the latest Hitman. I don't know. It's just, it's wild. It is wild to me that they were able to take their 120 gigabyte game and just say, fuck it. If you don't want the super HD 4K textures that most of you... They said when they announced it, they were like, we're aware most players don't even use these textures because their computers just can't run it or they don't have a 4K monitor. So we realized, what's the point in forcing it? I don't want to glaze. I don't want to glaze a big company, and I especially don't want to glaze like a Disney / Marvel thing like this so much because it's so mainstream. But it is genuinely impressive how often NetEase in their like developer logs and everything, they talk about how they come to their really smart decisions because they actually listen to players, and it's just really refreshing to see a big AAA live service game that isn't actively making the dumbest decisions that shoot itself in the foot bone. Like, it is a miracle to see the devs intelligently communicating with the community, making choices that benefit everyone, going out of their way to actually take input without just bending to players who are like, this character is too overpowered, you gotta nerf him. No, they work with the mindset of everyone's kind of overpowered in the right context. Everyone's a little busted, so no one's really that busted, and that's why I still love Marvel Rivals, even when I do go like a couple months without touching the game. It's just really fun. And okay, I've been slowly over the past few years getting more into Marvel stuff, so it's cool to see shit like the X-Men coming into the game. I'll admit, I've not had a chance to play him, mostly because he's a DPS and I don't like playing DPS. I prefer playing either tank or support. It's cool as hell to see Cyclops in the game. Shout out my man Cyclops. It took way too long. I'm still so happy that Gambit's in the game. I don't play Gambit as much as I want to. I typically first lock in. Was that a Shiny Ledian? Am I seeing things again? I don't think that was a Shiny Ledian. No, it wasn't. My eyes play tricks on me, especially when I'm at this point. I typically like prefer to play tank over support, but I'll gladly play support if my team needs it, and fuck it, I'll play Gambit. Gambit's so cool. I am so happy he's in this game. Marvel Rivals. I'll admit it, it's a live service, big budget game that I actually really like, and I don't mind glazing and like complimenting because it's making smart choices that I enjoy. It sucks. I can only be fair and call out when they have done shake stuff. Like I think within the first year of the game going live, they had a bunch of layoffs at NetEase to play a little bit of devil's advocate, just a little bit. I'm pretty sure they announced that a lot of the people who were being laid off had nothing to do with Marvel Rivals, like they were a part of completely separate teams that weren't developing it. But that has me being like, okay, but why'd you lay them off? Clearly the game is doing so well, you could have helped them transition into new jobs or put them on the Marvel Rivals team, just saying. It's so shitty that they do that. So that's partially why I feel weird whenever I compliment Marvel Rivals, because they still do some of the dumb choices of big AAA games. But it's only fair that I also then compliment them. I'm gonna keep ranting about Marvel Rivals because it's what my brain's on right now. And also, I'm gonna get a drink of water while I run back and forth and do stuff with one hand. And I'll continue the ranting in a moment. So like, I saw leaks go out for like, yeah, we're almost 400 Ledibuzz. Honestly, I've kind of rejuvenated myself a bit, and especially on top of the break we're going to take at the 3-hour mark, I think I'll be fine to go 6 hours. If we come across a Shiny Ledian, great. If not, I'm not going to bemoan it too much. I kind of reinvigorated myself mentally. Stretching a little bit too. It'll be good to get up and walk away and stretch at the 3-hour mark to rest for just a few minutes, even though I'll literally be getting up to just do some checking on my dog and checking on some shit around the house. Anyways, ranting and raving about video game. Saw some leaks come out for like the next few months. Like, I was about to say next few months, the second half of the year and the heroes coming out. Some of it I don't care too much about, like Gore the God Butcher and someone else, I don't remember who. But we're getting more X-Men, supposedly. I should say supposedly. Leaks have been wrong before, but also a lot of leaks have been right for the game. Jubilee is going to be coming in the next season, supposedly, which is going to be starting next month. And I'm probably going to stream myself checking that out at the time because I really like Jubilee. I think she's a cool X-Men. She's great. She's fun. Nightcrawler is also going to be joining. Yay, 400! I love Nightcrawler. Specifically, I really love him in Gail Simone's Uncanny Run, where he's just the greatest, like... He's just great. He's such a charismatic, charming, fuzzy goofball. And there's an amazing scene. I'm gonna paraphrase a little, but it lives writ. Oh. Are we good? My entire computer just froze up. Oh, PG Tuber crashed. That's why. I take leaks with a grain of salt, except expect nothing, so you can be pleasantly surprised if it happens. Fair. We've not had PNG Tuber crash in a hot minute. There we go. We're back. What was I saying? There was a scene in Gail Simone's current run. By the way, if you are at all interested in X-Men or Marvel, and like me, you were wondering what you should read Gail Simone's Uncanny X-Men that started like last year. No, 2024. It's so fucking good. It follows Rogue starting her own team of X-Men with Gambit, and they're an amazing couple. And I love they recruit a bunch of new young X-Men that have like really unique and interesting powers and fun backstories, and it's great. I love all of them, and I need to catch up. I haven't read the past few issues, and I really should. Anyways, there's a great scene where a local town calls up Rogue and her team, and like the mayor is like, hey, we want to hold like a carnival event thing, and we want to theme a part of the town around you guys, you know, to show our support for mutants and show our support for the X-Men. And they're talking about how like they did demographic testing on all the X-Men, and when she turns to Rogue, she was like, you know, you and Gambit are considered one of the most popular power couples, but you tested very well in some specific groups. And Rogue's like, what, did I test very well with men because I'm hot? Well, yeah, but you also tested well with women. A lot of women think you're hot too. Hell, you want to know who tested best with men? Nightcrawler. And Nightcrawler just sits there and blushes. He's like, I tested best with men? Yes! Like, I love it. It lives rent-free in my head. I should really fucking read the rest of that run. I don't want to spoil too much. That's the only part that I'm ever going to talk about and spoil because I love it. No, wait, I lied. There's another part I'm going to spoil, but it's not really a spoiler, but it's one of the best sentences I could string together. There's a portion of the story where Gambit fights a dragon, well, naked. And that's why I really like comic books, because you get shit like that. He just fights a mythical ass dragon while butt naked. It's fun. Comics are fun. And to spring back into Marvel Rivals talk with that, the reason why I fucking love that run of X-Men is because in Marvel Rivals, Gambit and Rogue are married, and it's very clear. Like, they're obviously not the same Gambit and Rogue from that run of the comics. They play very loosey-goosey with what era and what comics they pull from characters, and I like that. It allows them to kind of cover a lot of ground. But, like, I like to think that they're this era from the Gail Simone comics, or at least very similar to, because of how romantic they are with each other. And they have such sweet voice lines in game, and I get really happy listening to them because they also got the voice actors from X-Men 97 to come back and reprise Rogue and Gambit in the game. And I really love their actors in that show. And also, I love that show. Their dynamic in that show is great. God, there's a very large part of me that wish I got into comics sooner, and that I could have maybe even become like more of a comics guy in general to talk about comics and make that more part of my central brand on YouTube or Twitch. Because at the moment I can sit here and say I love all of it, but I feel a little bit like a LARPer as much as I hate that term because I haven't read a lot of it. I've just read what I've liked, and what I've liked is really good. I also recently started fucking tangenting off because I'm just in rambly ranting mode. I started reading a few weeks back Daredevil. I started reading the Frank Miller Daredevil run, and it's pretty damn good. It's the era of Frank Miller before he went off the deep end crazy with shit like All-Star Batman and Robin. If you know, you know. If you don't know, I'm not getting into all of it. Frank Miller is a very questionable, strange man in recent years. Like, I think it was like 2012 onward, he became a very interesting person. But before that, very good comic writer. And I really love his shit on Daredevil. I was expecting, since it was older comics, like a while back, I started trying to read the old school like Jack Kirby Fantastic Four, because, you know, I like the Fantastic Four movies and I like them as characters, but I haven't really read much of the comics. And I've always heard people say, oh, the original Jack Kirby run is so good. And like, I started reading it, it's like, I like the character dynamics, but these comics in general are just kind of, they're a little, I don't want to say old, they're a little too boring for my liking. They kind of are. It's a case of like, I respect these comics, but clearly we've evolved to tell these stories in more interesting ways. It's a lot of characters talking to themselves and having very bold, like broad stroke epiphanies. And I just kind of fell out of it because it's like, you know what? I still like these characters and everything, but it's just kind of boring to read. And the only thing that really stuck with me from that era of what I read, because I read like the first dozen or so issues from the original run, was a panel of Johnny Storm saying, oh no, they put me in the asbestos room, and it's him like pounding on the walls. I got a kick out of that. That was just funny to me. But then when I read the Frank Miller Daredevil stuff, I was like, you know, this is kind of around that same time. It's from a bit later on, obviously. It's not that old, but it's from that time. I wonder how well it's held up. God damn. Frank Miller was on some shit back then, in a good way. There's a story, and keep in mind, this is from a comic line from the 70s. What song is it? Oh, that's Kirby Star Allies. This is a 70s comic book story about a guy who gets upset that his workplace fired him after they hire a computer to do his job. And at first he's like, well, it's not that bad because I've worked here for years, so I should be compensated. Uh-oh, the computer that replaced him had an error and deleted his like decades of work, and the main CEO of the company took that as, well, there's no proof that you worked here for the past few decades. I don't have to pay you shit for firing you. And that forces the worker, that makes the worker become a supervillain to try and kill the CEO. It's like, okay, Frank Miller, we're writing about robots taking jobs and making stupid, easy mistakes in the 70s? Damn. Like, genuine talk about a story that is sadly aged super well. And like, I genuinely had to double take a little bit when I was reading the story, because it's like, what do you mean in the 70s he was writing stuff like this? I don't know. It obviously, with a lot of old stories, they can be dated and aged depending on what they reference or how they go about their stories. But sometimes they hit the nail on the head with it. In a similar vein, just because I'm still in wizard rambling mode while I look for a damn shiny Ledian as we're reaching 430. I've been watching a lot of Columbo lately, and that show, being from the 70s, has also held up pretty well. It doesn't feel very dated. Yeah, every once in a while they use, like, you know, fucking, like, rotary phones and stuff like that, or like old computers. But for the most part, the stories themselves, they hold up very well. They tackle some systemic stuff over, you know, corrupt businessmen and public officials. There's an episode where, spoilers for Columbo season 3 episode something, I don't remember which one, if you plan on getting into Columbo, where it's a corrupt politician who basically attempts to fake a shooting on himself after he murders his campaign manager. And it's like, man, talk about aging well. Can't say I've read too many comics, but wild appearances and interesting character dynamics are always something I like to see. Not just in comics, mind you, games and shows as well. Too bad TV shows don't really do too much interesting things because of how mainstream they are. It is a shame how a lot of TV shows, especially nowadays, can't tackle some of these messages, or if they do, they are watered down a whole lot. I'm trying to think of a specific example off the top of my head, because I never like just openly spouting and being like, shit is bad, without being able to pick out the corn in the shit. I don't know why my brain went to that analogy. I'm sorry for that. But no, I get what you're meaning. Comics in general, they can have some amazing messages and representation. Again, shout out Gail Simone's Uncanny X-Men. It's so good, and it handles a lot of interesting themes and ideas that I would love to sit here and talk about. But I also, that's one of those things that I need people to go and read on their own and not just have me secondhand talk about. Trying to think other pieces of media that have kind of sat with me in a similar vein. I end up thinking about this game basically every other day. Stanley Parable is one that's stuck with me for well over a decade. Like back with the original game, that game stuck with me so hard. And then Ultra Deluxe stuck with me even harder. Also, I'm fairly certain you heard Gizmo that time. She just came up under my chair and very loudly went, "Bwah!" I'm gonna pick you up. Come here. Come here. Come here. You clearly want my attention. What's wrong with you? And now you're rubbing on my mic. I'll pet you some. I'm not really doing much. This is a stream where you're kind of okay to be a little nosy here, Gizmo, because I'm mostly one-handed rambling and just occasionally pressing stuff with my other hand. Cat moment. Yeah, cat moment. I love her. I do love her. She's very sweet and she loves getting attention, and I do give her a lot of attention throughout the day. But always whenever I'm live, she feels the need to try and wail and get more attention. Unless the few times that I'm lucky and she decides to sit up in her little box that she sits in, or sit up behind my chair and just quietly fall asleep. And those are nice nights. I very much like those nights too, Gizmo. Do you even want me to pet you much, or are you just chilling with laying in my lap? You might just be chill with that. Yeah, you're just kind of chill with laying here. I don't even have to pet you much. You're good. I normally can't do this because I'm usually sat forward, like super engrossed into the game I'm playing. But tonight, look at what I'm doing. I don't need to be super engrossed. I was talking about Stanley Parable. God, I've done 2 full-length videos on that game, and I still feel like there's more to talk about. Every month, like damn near every month, I ponder the idea of having a third look at Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, like as a whole. But it's one of those things where there is more to discuss and talk about, but at the same time, I think I've said all I've wanted to, and I don't want to just make a third video just to talk about the last few remaining things of like, here are some random things about the game that have slowly come to me over the past few years since the last time I talked about it on a video. Like that game, The other day, out of curiosity, I wanted to look at what are some Steam reviews for the game, and there's a lot that are like, oh, brilliant, oh, such a deep game, such a funny game, all that. Gizmo, stop that. She's trying to climb onto my shoulder now. Okay, this is when you're... Are we good? She hopped down and bumped my computer at the same time, and everything kind of bopped. I think we're good. Ugh. I don't know what the hell she did. It doesn't matter. Where was I at? I was reading some Steam reviews for Ultra Deluxe, and for every like 10 or so review that was like, yeah, I understood. I got it. It was deep. It was funny. It was emotional. All that. There'd be one review that's like, man, this game is boring and the jokes get lame after a while. It's like, and you know, there's no gameplay because you just walk around and listen to dialogue, and it's like, they don't get it. They didn't get it. I'm not mad. I'm just kind of disappointed. Also, a reminder on my phone to rank all the Pokemon. It's just blinked. I'm gonna say complete because I don't know if we're going through with that, and I don't want my phone to sit there and blink at me the whole time. So many Ledibuzz. We're nearing 500. We're near 500. I really gotta wonder if there's any chance of finding one tonight. Because realistically, to find one, since it's a 1 in 25,000-ish chance, we'd have to theoretically come across 25,000 tonight, and I don't think that's happening. We're gonna be lucky if we hit 1,000 at this rate. And even hitting 1,000, that's a drop in the bucket of chance of finding one. Like, I get... Ignoring the 40% Lediba encounter rate, if we only come across 1,000, I guess that means that would put our chances at 1 in 8 being a shiny. You know, if we go for 1,000, that roughly puts it at a 1 in 8 chance of coming across one, which is still pretty low, but I've dealt with worse odds. Yeah, I've played Balatro. I've dealt with 1 in 20 odds before. It's called having a gambling mind. A gambling kind of gambling mind. I don't know if you can hear her again. She's over in the corner wailing again. I set you down because you were trying to climb up on my laptop, little miss. You can't. Stop. Please. Yeah, go lay up on your little cushion. We're back to brain drought, as I'm not sure what to talk about or what to ramble on about. The fact that I've been able to go the past 2.5 hours still going and talking about random shit with this all going on, I guess that's a testament to my ability to yap a little bit. Obviously, we've had a few moments here and there where I just kind of slowed down and sputtered and yawned and all that shit, but for the most part, for the past 2.5 hours, I've been able to keep the conversation going, I say, as I am talking to essentially myself. There's a part of me that maybe during the hour 3 break, I maybe hit up a friend and be like, you want to sit and call with me while I do this? But at the same time, it's like, do I want to subject a friend to watch me do this for a potential 3 hours and hope that they behave themselves while live and that they don't say anything questionable? Do I want to do that? Not really. I can keep the party going all by myself. Do we hit 500 before we hit the 3-hour break? Do we find a shiny before the 3-hour break? That would be even better, and I would love that so much more, because then I could just evolve it into a Ledian and then just be done with the stream tonight and get off and hop and call with my friends and play Marvel Rivals until midnight. I would like to do that. But I don't think that's happening. Gizmo, you started to lay down in a little spot, and then you got back up just to whine a little bit more. And now you're laying back down. You fussy little thing. So many Sandlers. I don't think I'm doing the whole Pokemon ranking. But I can confidently say Stantler would probably go very, very low. He's so ugly. I hate him. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, it's Crash Bash music. Of course it's funky. I was trying to figure out what it was. For a second I thought it was Anton Blast. But I was like, what Anton Blast track is this? Uh-huh. Oh, this is the Pogo. This is the Pogo one. We're not at it yet. It's gonna do the meow. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah. Someday in the future, I want to do a stream where I play Crash Bash with friends. I think that could be fun. I think the problem I talked about before, a problem that's always arisen with me wanting to get some friends with me to do a stream is my weird times that I stream. You know, Monday, Tuesday, they're usually busy with their own shit. Friday, Saturday, I am very late. It's very late, so not many are willing to come on. And even the few that do fit that Venn diagram of being able to be in call and would be up at those times are stream shy. I was about to say camera shy, but it's not really camera shy. We're not on camera, except for when I am. But even then, that's rare. And even then, I'm a mysterious purple and black figment of your imagination when I'm on camera. It also makes it tough because there's some game like I want to try that. I haven't had a chance to play it, and I really would like to at some point. Is that Mecha Chameleon game? But that's one I really would only be able to play if I want to stream it with friends. I've heard it's really good, and I've seen bits and pieces here and there. I have a streamer friend, Bonky, and she's talked about how she wants to try it at some point. And I told her to hit me up, but I don't remember which region. She's not in America, I don't think. And because she said the other day when it was like 7 a.m. for me, she's like, I'm gonna go to sleep. It's 10 p.m. my time. That's gonna make it tough if we ever wanted to stream together. Uh-huh. Crash Bash, what a beautiful case of such a okay game. I really have come around on Crash Bash a bit. It's not good. It's really not. It's okay at best if in the context of playing the multiplayer with friends. Like, its music is really damn good. No matter how good it is, I would get sick of any of the music tracks if I were to sit down and play through the whole campaign. Man. What the? Oh, is this that animation versus animator fighting game? Animation versus, I think. I can't really watch because, you know, I'm doing the shiny hunt. I mean, I guess I can still shiny hunt, but just tabbed off. It's just gonna be a little slower. Gizmo, please stop. I'm still streaming. Please. You need to go lay down, please. It looks interesting. But, like, this isn't a problem with it. I barely had the time to put into playing Guilty Gear Strive. I don't know if I'd want to pick up another fighting game, and then also, you know, I've had a friend tell me that, hey, you should try a few quick matches, and then You know, Marvel Token Fighters is coming out soon, and the Avatar fighting game, and those are both ones that I want to pick up and play at some point soon. Too many fighting games are happening all at once. It's cool for people who love and play a lot of fighting games, but for me, who is stupid and can barely handle it, it's hard. Give me that shiny Ledian. Give me that shiny Ledibow. If we hit 500 and we still haven't found one, we'll go ahead and do the break, like, now. Fighting games are definitely fighting for attention these days. I wouldn't say they're fighting for attention. They're fighting for my attention specifically because of how I play games. I imagine most people who aren't fighting games are really happy with the amount coming out, because realistically, before the common era, let's be honest, the major fighting games that were being played and being talked about and all that, it was Street Fighter, Mortal Kombat, Smash Bros. That's about it. But now there's so many going on at once that if you're not into the main, like, popular ones, there's plenty for you to play that have, like, very active online communities. I think that's really great. But for me, when I want to play a fighting game, I want to specifically be really good, but I do not have the time to put into learning the intricacies of all of these games to get good at all of them. But either way, it is cool. I'm never going to complain. Like, this looks pretty cool, even though I don't know if or when I'd play it. Despite the games industry itself being the way it is, I do think it is cool that we're in an era of indie gaming where so many different types of games are happening all at once. Rivals of Aether and Animation Versus are the main ones I'm following for sure. I'm sure most people are only going to be following a few, but I'm also sure that, like, because of online coverage, because of online communities, all of these games are going to have pretty healthy online, like, communities. And then you got shit like, okay, I'm not going to pretend I know about what Grand Blue is or know all of its history or anything, but I'm pretty sure it's another one of those Arc System games. Grand Blue is coming back. Like, it went dormant for like a decade, its latest game, and then they just randomly announced, I'm pretty sure at EVO, they announced, hey, we're gonna be pushing out an update and some DLC for this, like, old ass fighting game. And I saw a lot of my mutuals on Blue Sky and some of my friends be like, holy shit, Grand Blue is coming back. I'm like, I don't know what that is, but I'm happy for you guys. And it's like, oh, I think it's cool. Video games are cool, guys. Also, we're about to hit 500. If we hit 500, it would be fucking amazing. If the 500th one was a shiny, I'm gonna cry and piss everywhere. It's not. We're gonna run from this one, and we're gonna finish watching this. And then we're probably gonna go ahead and take the quick intermission while I get up and do shit. Like, I might as well do it now. Now that we've hit a flat 500. Let's finish watching this. I also guess it would be a little hard for me to get into something like Animation Versus because I've admittedly not kept up with any of the Animation Versus videos. I kind of fell off around the time of the Animation Versus Minecraft. Roughly. I think that was when I last was watching shit. But even then, look, back in my day, it was all about Chapter 4 and the Chosen One and all that shit. I do have such a fondness for Animation Versus Animator. I think it was my first experience as a kid of, like, a hardcore fourth wall breaking type of animation that really played with the medium at the time. I can't think of anything really on its level. Even nowadays, it's hard for me to think of something like that that really plays with the format in the way that Animation Versus Animator did. Oh, and that little thing is up. Okay. I'm gonna stick the playlist back on and just let it kind of go. I'm gonna make sure you guys can hear it in the BRB screen. Like, I'll add it if it's not in there already. We're just gonna let the playlist go while I get up. We're gonna intermission for a bit, and then we'll come back and do this for another 3-ish hours. So we'll be back. Where's my BRB? Okay, we're back. We're here. My controller's still connected. I've got a nice fizzy drink here. Let me up. It's Dr. Pepper. It's not alcohol. Don't worry. Let's get back to the hunt. Would have been really wild if that one was a shiny right away, but nope. Let's just get back to it. Welcome back. If you're tuning in now, we've come across 501 Lediba, 502 Lediba, not a single one shiny, and we're gonna go for another 3-ish hours, 2.5, 3-ish, somewhere in there. Depends on how long I want to go. We're just listening to music, chatting if we feel like it, and going with pure RNG. We're at the location in the game with the best chances of coming across a Lediba at 40%, which is better than most of the game's 30% chance of coming across Lediba. Part of me still wants to kind of take a second to see when does the game do its funny little calculation for shinies. Is it right when you go over the grass? And if so, could I time a save state just right and keep resetting? Who knows? Excuse me. Because technically speaking, since we've been fast forwarded this whole time, we have spent a total of, let's see, 3 hours, 6 hours in game time hunting, which is always something you got to keep in mind with these double speed streams. You always got to double the amount of time we've spent on and in them. Fucking love Dr. Pepper. Oh hell yeah, Big Beat Mario's back. It's the remix that was made for King for Another Day, I think. That's themed around Robotnik and the DJ from Jet Set. Someday I'm gonna be able to convert most of my audience into liking mashup tourneys. I'm gonna introduce them in a cool way, make a video on them, something. They're cool. And I feel like most people, even if they know them, they only really know about like King for a Day, King for Another Day, and we're gonna pause. Go Gizmo. Go Gizmo. Go. You're knocking down shit. No, go. Alright. Back to the hunt. I need a noise. This is the montage of finding a shiny Ledian. Bam, bam, bam. I wish I knew what the voice line, what these like synthy voices. What do you mean there's pizza in that tower? Where'd you get that pizza from? Oh, that tower over there. That was one of the lamest Nintendo Direct like transitions ever. But it was still cool to see Pete's Tower finally on the Switch. It's what I was talking about with indie games and getting physical editions and all that. It's just cool. I hope a lot of my favorite indie games, both big and small, get their time to shine on consoles with like big physical editions on a store shelf. I think what sucks is a lot of indie games, even when they get a physical edition, it's usually like a specialty thing, like, oh, you have to order it from Fangamer or something. I wish it was more viable for indie games to release physically on consoles and have them be on store shelves. But that's just not feasible. Also, probably because a lot of indie games nowadays, since most don't go for the $60 price tag, most of them are around the $20 range, and I just don't know. Excuse me. I don't know how feasible that would be to sell a $20 physical Switch game in current times, in current day, in current year. Bam, bam. Got away safely. I'm just kind of resetting my brain so I can rant more. I forgot to add from the last two Letty Buzz. I'll get back to the random rambling that my brain needs to kind of reprocess from running around away from my computer. And chug some more Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper, if you're watching, sponsor me. Pay me in this liquid gold. It's like how Matt Pat used to make those jokes about, hey, we're not sponsored by Diet Coke, I just love the shit. But like, even more unironically than what he used to make. Like, genuinely, if there's a way, I think I tried looking to see if there's a way to contact the Dr. Pepper company, like whatever company owns it, a while back to see, is there a way to reach out to them and be like, hey, you want to sponsor a small YouTuber who talks about stupid GameCube games? But sadly, I don't think there's a way. Who owns the Dr. Pepper company? Let's read the can while I, keep on the hunt. Company. Dr. Pepper 7-Up Inc. Is the company just Dr. Pepper? I'm not particularly fond of 7-Up. I don't dislike it, but like, I don't care much for it. Dr. Pepper, this shit, I could drink it forever. Every time when I'm like looking away from my monitor and I look back and I see it's a Lediba, I think for a moment, like the corner of my eye sees it and it looks more yellowy than it really is. And for a brief moment, I get excited thinking, wait, I did it. But alas, nope, we're still in this. We'll find one eventually. I have some amount of stupid faith in luck being in my favor. Maybe it's because I'm now seeing us hit over 500. I know that's still a drop in the bucket of the 25,000 that was like my estimate of how many I would have to run across to even have a chance of getting one, but I don't know. Seeing that number slowly grow makes me a little more confident that we gotta find one eventually, you know? I know that's not how statistics work, but it still feels like it. That the more we come across, the more likely the next one has to be the shiny. Like it doesn't work like that. It really doesn't. But I don't know, something in my soul feels like it. So I saw you queuing up another song. Oh, hi, new Super Mario Bros. DS. Or are you new? This sounds different. Is this newer Super Mario Bros. DS? I've played a little bit of that. It was cool. I was talking about it the other night, last night, I think. I'm fairly nostalgic for the DS era. Ding ding, yay, I'm smart. I'm a smart wizard. And that's my Dr. Pepper chugged. Gone. Whole can gone. I'm nostalgic for this era of gaming. I want to play more DS games on stream, but I'm not sure what. Like, I love New Soup DS. I really do, and I did play through the whole game on stream a while back, but that's not really one I can play a whole lot of because of how short and simple it is overall. Super Mario 64 DS, as much as I love it, I already stream a good amount of the original game. Well, not a good amount. I've streamed it a few times, so maybe I could still get away with it. And hey, I'm playing DS now. I genuinely kind of forgot that this is a DS game we're playing now, mostly because I've just kind of disassociated. It's like, no, this isn't a DS game. It's a Pokemon game. It's a Pokemon game that released relatively in the DS's era. Maybe that leans towards me being a bad person and not counting this as a real DS game. I don't care. We're filter off. We're past the 3-hour mark. I can just say whatever the hell I want. Actually, now that we're 3 hours in, let's go do another checkup on our stupid little daycare babies. Why is Old Man over here? Hang on. Sorry. Curiosity. This guy is always over here. When you find the dome where you take routes, they find your past, but I seem to get lost every time you come to this town. Oh, that's why you're wandering over here, because you're a lost old man. Well, I'm not here to help you. I hope you stay lost, because it's funny. How are my little chudlings doing? Okay, so they're both around level 20. That's good. I want to wait until they're both like around level 30, 40 to pull them out, and then try and level them up each one so that they, or I guess level them up twice so that they each evolve into their final form super quick, because that'd be cool. Where's that critique? Here we go. You know what? For shits and giggles, we're gonna headbutt the tree over here like once. Shiny Lediba, fall out of the tree right now. Not even a shiny Hoot Hoot. One more time. Just for shits and giggles, we're gonna do this 3 times in total to see. Another Hoot Hoot. And I got excited for a second. I saw the silhouette. All right, back to the grass, because the grass has better chances. See? Excuse me. Oh, there's another one. Bum-ba-dam, bam. Ba-da-ba-ba-da-da. Why isn't there an item? I know there's a shiny charm, but did they ever introduce any kind of like Pokemon filter? It would make sense if they did. If they had like an item where it's like, okay, if you've completed the Pokédex and you're just looking to get specific shinies, you can just filter what Pokemon you encounter in certain grass. And then along with the shiny charm, that can like greatly increase your chance of finding a shiny. But then again, I guess they wouldn't want to increase the chances too much because they still want the shinies to feel like special and rare and still be a thing of like, not everyone gets to have a shiny, because once everyone has a shiny, no one has a shiny syndrome. Brain. Where are the bugs? I'm looking for the bugs. Where are the bugs at? Where are the bugs at? Where are the bugs at? Where'd you do it? Little. References my chat might understand for 500. Fuck. Wait, Jeopardy hosted by Wizard. Write that down. Future video idea. I make fucked up evil Jeopardy or just an evil game show in general. And I get my friends to play it as I host it. That'd be funny. I can use my usual brand of stupid humor and gaslighting that I do with friends in call, but just make an entire game show out of it and then record it and animate it like in the style of my little guy over here and get 100 billion views and outdo Baby by Justin Bieber. And now we put on my playlist. What do I want to listen to? Because I don't want to listen to more Big Beat Mario. Scrolling through my playlist. I want to listen to some WarioWare DIY. Now this is a game, I don't know if I'd stream it, but this is one that I have like the most nostalgia for. I think out of any DS game, this was one that I played all the fucking time because I wanted to make my own games. Because when I was younger, I wanted to get into game development. But anytime I would actually try and get into game development outside of WarioWare DIY, like when I tried to teach myself Unity or Godot in my younger years, like in my teenage years, I got really burnt out and bored because, and it's 100% a me thing, the time for me to learn and put in to make a game was too big for what I wanted to actually learn to do. So I remember the time someone put Baby Mario crying on the media share. That was fucked up and evil. Glad no one's gonna do that anytime soon. Hopefully. What was I saying? But then that kind of spun off. I realized that that drive to make a game, I think it's still kind of there. If I had the ability to and the time and the patience, I probably would like to make my own game because I've had ideas. But that kind of just spun out into a general creative drive to just make anything, which, yeah, that kind of just sums up my YouTube/Twitch. Like, yeah, there are some unifying themes, like, I'm gonna play a lot of TF2, or I'm gonna make videos and stream a bunch of Pokemon, or a lot of my videos are gonna be about mostly average tie-in games, and sometimes I'll highlight one that is particularly good or bad. But overall, I think I bemoaned last night a little bit over my lack of like in-jokes and some consistency in what I do, but thinking on it now with a more positive view, I don't know. It allows me to be a lot looser. It allows there to be no expectancy with what I'm going to do. Like, obviously with streams, I have a schedule, and that's expected. Like, obviously if I schedule a game, that means we're gonna do it then. But you don't know what I could put on these schedules. Someday maybe I'll schedule a cooking class, and I wear a mask that's my PNG tuber and record with a better camera so that you can actually see me cooking, and I follow along with a Gordon Ramsay recipe. That could happen if I felt the desire to cook. I don't dislike cooking. I like cooking well enough if I have a recipe and I have the ingredients. That's not always a guarantee. So I fall into making a lot of simple foods for myself because I don't want to go through the work. Maybe I don't like cooking. Actually, I'm ambivalent towards cooking. Stupid wizard stream where I film myself IRL doing a Bob Ross painting class, but again with the mask on because I don't think I'm ever going to ever reveal my face or anything like that online. I like having my anonymity. I like being known as wizard. Just boot up Cookie Mama on Tree and put a chef's hat on top of your avatar's wizard hat. The problem with that, as good of an idea as that is, as a kid I had Cooking Mama, but I didn't like playing it, and I imagine my thoughts would not have changed too much over the years. I have like this weird, I don't know what to call it, nostalgia, but for something I didn't really like doing, but still played sometimes. It was one of those games where as a kid, I was kind of like, this isn't that fun, but I'm still gonna play it every once in a while for some reason. Did y'all have those games when you were younger? Like the ones in your library that like you recognized they weren't that good and you didn't even like them all too much, but you still just kind of booted them up to give your hands something to do? Or like you weren't bothered to switch to a better game? I had a handful of those. Like Cooking Mama was one. I had this, it was Nicktoons MLB for the Nintendo DS was another one. I remember just one day my dad went into a GameStop and got it for me, like very unprompted. We were out driving, we were out doing some shopping. We had stopped somewhere. I think we had stopped so my mom could pick up something at a store, and across the street there was a GameStop, and my dad was like, I'm gonna be right back, and he went in and came out with Nicktoons MLB for the Nintendo DS. And I remember being, you know, I was so excited and thankful because like, wow, it's a DS game, you know, it's a random game just out of the blue. But I played it and I'm like, this is so whatever. I think he only picked it because he knew I like Nickelodeon cartoons, and I do quite like Nickelodeon, and he likes baseball. He loves baseball. But I don't think that equaled a deep, enriching gaming experience for me. It equaled a DS game that I just vaguely remember not really liking, but still playing every once in a while because it's like, well, he gave it to me out of the blue for no real reason. I gotta play it. Bum ba-dum. Bum bum bum. I really gotta go through and add like a lot more songs to the stream playlist. I don't add as many as I used to. I used to like go through and just pick out random game soundtracks and listen to them all the way and add them right then and there, but I haven't done that in a while. I think the last time I did it was with Twinsanity. Probably also doesn't help that a lot of the Crash games lately have been so whatever that even the music isn't worth it. And then Pokemon, you know, it has good music, but it's so repetitive just hearing the same tracks over and over. There's no way I'm gonna put barely any Pokemon tracks in my playlist. I hear them enough in the games. I don't need to hear more of them. I do feel the urge to play Pete's Tower again sometime. I haven't touched it in a hot minute, probably between all the other platformers I've been playing on and off stream. We're already almost up to 600 again. Not again. We're already almost up to 600 after just getting to 500 not too long ago. I remember playing a lot of Animal Crossing New Leaf when I was younger, but it's really good for sure. That is a damn good one. That is a damn... I'm gonna be real. My DS library had a few stinkers of like games that were just so whatever. You know, Cookin' Mama, Nicktoons MLB, Nicktoons Unite. I can't think about any other specific stinkers. Just a handful, but basically all of my physical 3DS games I got, they were all bangers. I had 3D Land, I had Smash Bros, I had Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. I think the only kind of dud game that I remember getting physically, and I don't remember why I got it. My mom, another case of like one of my parents just buying me a game out of the blue, no context, no like, it wasn't my birthday, it wasn't a holiday or anything, they just got it. Angry Birds Star Wars for the 3DS, or Angry Birds Space, one of those. And again, my only conclusion I can come to is like, oh, my mom knows I like Star Wars, and like she kind of likes Angry Birds maybe. She's never brought up Angry Birds. That's all like I've ever brought up Angry Birds. It was just a weird one. I think I played it for like an hour total or something, and I barely touched it because it's like I didn't give a shit about Angry Birds. Oh heck yeah, I remembered enjoying Dark Moon, well except for the ice face boss, but the multiplayer is... God. Ad break. God, I haven't played Dark Moon a hot minute, but yeah, I used to play the shit out of it. I used to play the shit out of the Scare Scraper mode. Running around with the multicolored Luigis and just shouting for Mario. I should play both the first and Luigi's Mansion 3. I'll kind of rant more when we're back from the ads. And School Gamer is the only one in chat right now, so they're the only one I can really talk to right now. But like, for Luigi's Mansion, I've only played Dark Moon. And I've played through it all the way, and I know for a fact I've played through it multiple times because I used to own it physically and I loved it. But I've not really played the first one, and I've never played 3. Like, I've played a little bit of the first one here and there. I'll hold off some on the ranting until we're out of the ad break. Still a little pissed that changing my system clock has caused Twitch to fuck up a little bit and not display ads currently going properly. Almost up to 600 back. I fucking love Dark Moon. It's one that I know for a fact I replayed multiple times. I played the Scare Scraper mode a decent amount just because I thought it was really cool. It was one of the very few multiplayer games that I had on my 3DS that I consistently played. Because I didn't have Mario Kart 7. I never had Mario Kart 7. That's one that I feel like I really would have enjoyed if I had it, but I never did. What was I gonna say? And here's the thing, as much as I love Dark Moon, I've never played 3, and I've barely played the first Luigi's Mansion, admittedly. I'm like the meat on a sandwich of Luigi's Mansion. I've only played the middle one. I've started the first Luigi's Mansion a couple times, but I just haven't really gotten far into it. I think I've gotten as far as the baby boss fight is all. Gizmo, can you please stop? Don't do anything. Mario Kart 7 is honestly really solid. I like the glider in that game compared to 8 in World. I've not played too much of 7. I know I've played it a little bit, like, post-childhood, when it would have been impactful, but if I'm being honest, what little I played didn't really grasp me because... So, like, outside of Mario Kart Double Dash and Mario Kart Wii, most of the time when I play any of the older Mario Karts, I play them for a little bit, and then I'm like, I could just play Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Like, there's not much that drives me. maybe Mario Kart DS is one that I'll go back to sometimes because of the mission mode, but even then, Mario Kart DS's mission modes, as fun as it is, as much nostalgia as I have over it, honestly speaking, I would rather play like any of the modern Mario Karts or even Mario Kart Wii multiplayer than the DS mission mode. As much as I love the DS mission mode, it was more of a, it's cool that I can play this on my own when I'm in the car and none of my siblings brought their DS or they didn't come along and I'm just on my own. It's cool I can play this. But more often than not, I would have rather just play normal Mario Kart with them than the mission mode, as cool as it was. Like, I see, so here's the thing. Over the years, I've seen a lot of people say that they should bring back the mission mode from DS, and I don't disagree. I think it would be cool. But admittedly, I don't think I would play that much of it because it's like, why would I want to play Mario Kart all on my lonesome? If I'm going to play Mario Kart, I would rather play with friends or online with strangers. If I'm going to be on my lonesome, if I'm gonna play something on my lonesome, I'm gonna play like a 3D Mario or a Zelda or an RPG or something. I haven't really grown up with Wii. I don't see the hype. A lot of it is nostalgia. Part of it's nostalgia. Part of it is how solid all the original tracks are. Like, quite a lot of them are really good. And the third part of it is how much more fucking chaotic its item pool is. Like, it is insane. Compared to just about any of the other Mario Karts. You know, infamously, you'll have players immediately getting bullet bills like right out the gate of courses, or the lightning cloud. I like the lightning cloud. I mean, I don't like it, but like, it's an interesting, cool power-up. And I think it should. Does it return in World? I've not played World yet because I don't have a Switch 2. I think it should make a return because I think it was interesting. It was a cool idea. Bring it back. And there was a the fourth reason why you should play Mario Kart Wii. Funky Stadium. Enough said right there. That battle stage alone justifies a lot of positive feelings people will have for Mario Kart Wii. I honestly think Ring Racers handles the general concept better. Which item in Ring Racers is like the lightning cloud? I'm sludge brain and I gotta get a drink of water. The egg mark. I don't remember which one that is. Also, hold up. I gotta mute a second to deal with my nose. I had a little bit of snot building up in the back of my nose. I am allergic to shiny hunting. 610. I think I'm at the point that I'm probably going to call it at the 4-hour mark. If we don't find one, I'd rather just be done for the night. I know I said we were going to stop and go for another 3, but I'm getting so burnt out. I would love to find one. And the further along we go, I am getting a little more hopeful that we're going to stumble across one, just because statistically, one's got to show up eventually, but like... Ugh. Maybe this would be a concept we just pick up in the future. Like someday way in the future, after I've played through all the Pokemon games, all the main series ones, I do a series of streams where I'm shiny hunting for Ledian in like every game. Turn into a fun little side thing, or not even stream. I just do it in my own time, just try and shiny hunt and find them, because similar to Pokédex filling, it's kind of dawning on me. On paper, it sounds like it'd be a fun stream to do, to just sit here and try and shiny hunt and chat come along with me on my journey. But in practice, it just ends up I'm walking between grass a whole bunch, rambling about a lot of stuff that has nothing to do with the game. Well, my eyes kind of glaze over as I've seen my 616th Leddyba that's just red. Basically tied to the game's fake item box equivalent, so it can be good to pull as a trapping item, and it can be avoided as a player while potentially being risk reward if done right, on top of still being able to pass it off to another player on the receiving end. I'm just gonna admit, I'm sludge-brained. I am cube-brained right now from this, and I guess I just don't remember a lot of what it does. I'll take your word for it. The original point that was being made, Mario Kart Wii slaps, but I fully understand if you don't get the hype, because a lot of it is leveraged by nostalgia. If you grew up playing it, all of the great stuff is going to seem even better. If you didn't grow up playing it, a lot of the great stuff isn't probably going to hit as hard. But there is great stuff there. I still, partially because of nostalgia, still think it's kind of my pick for overall best Mario Kart. Or at least my personal favorite. But the words, I do fully understand if some people would disagree and say, oh, I think Mario Kart DS or Mario Kart Double Dash or Mario Kart 8, or are we still in that era of Mario Kart where people insist that 64 is the best? I know that was like a popular opinion online. I kinda disagree. I don't think 64 is that great. I think it hasn't aged all too well, personally. Ring Racer's items are something I really like, honestly. Basically, everything can be played around, both as a user and defender. Even getting the item has skill and player. Oh yeah, no. I agree on that. Ring Racers as a whole, I had an entire video glazing that game. Such a genius. Just a fucking humongous brained way of taking a racing game and turning it into kind of like a fighting arcade style experience. Not a big fan of 64 and Super Mario Kart. Same. I would go as far as to say I actively dislike Super Mario Kart and even Mario Kart Super Circuit. Like 64, I can kind of get a bit of fun out of it. A little bit. Also, hi Nubtubs, welcome. Valid. Hi Nub, we're probably not going the full 6 hours. I'm getting so burnt out of trying to find it. As you can see from the counter on screen, we've encountered 628 Leddyba, none of them shiny. We're probably calling it around the 4-hour mark. We're just talking about Mario Kart now. Wow. It's like, I was saying it a bit ago, throat. On paper, announcing a stream and being like, hey, we're gonna hunt for shiny Pokemon. We're gonna hunt for this shiny Pokemon. Or, hey, I'm gonna try and fill out the Pokédex. On paper, it sounds like it could be interesting. But then in practice, it's like, no shinies at all. Or at least I haven't noticed any shinies besides the Leddyba, because my eyes kind of glaze over when it's not a Leddyba. I only pay attention when it is a Leddyba, and even then, no shinies from any of them. Maybe a shiny Hoot Hoot or Pidgey or whatever has shown up and it went by and I didn't notice. I doubt it, because I can't assume anyone in chat is watching closely enough to catch it either. It could have easily passed by. Anyways, talking Mario Kart. Mario Kart 64, you can kind of get some fun out of it. Like, in multiplayer especially, it's still kind of fun, even if I would prefer just about any other future Mario Kart. But Super Mario Kart and Super Circuit, they are just so whatever. Super Mario Kart I can at least forgive because it was literally the first one. Super Circuit is like the most flaccid one, because it's like, really, man? You tried putting this on the Game Boy Advance? I respect it for what it tried to do. but there is no reason to play it. Mario Kart 64 has a decent battle. The battle mode's fun in 64. A lot of people think it's the best battle mode. I don't know if I quite agree with that. A little bit of nostalgia bias kind of leads me. I know people dunk on the Mario Kart Wii battle mode for being the big teams, the team fights and everything. I like that because it's what I grew up with. He said flaccid. Flaccid. So the way you wrote that made me think fucking Beavis and Butthead. Brain, focus on topic of Mario Kart. What's my, you know what, hang on, quick off the cuff ranking of all the Mario Karts. From worst to best: Super Circuit, Super Mario Kart, Mario Kart 64. Those are the bottom three. After Mario Kart 64 is Double Dash. Because as much as I like it, I feel like it should have gone further with the dual characters gimmick. Like, there should have been a whole bunch more characters. And I don't know, its course selection is kind of all over the place. I don't feel much towards a lot of the courses in that game, if I'm being honest. Above Double Dash is, from worst to best after Double Dash, 7 DS, 8 Deluxe, I'm not bothering counting the original, and Wii on top. I've not played World yet, so that kind of vaguely sits near the top. I can't say it's better than Wii or 8 Deluxe or anything, because I haven't played it, but I imagine it's probably pretty on par with either of them. Block Fort is fun map, along with Pipe Plaza. Pipe Plaza is really good. Like, I'd rather just talk about battle mode than sit here and try and find a shiny Ledian, if I'm being honest. Some of my favorite courses, aforementioned Funky Stadium. That's like a top tier battle course in all of Mario Kart. Like, God, the music in Funky Stadium and the visuals and the design. What was up? I really want to know what was up with the Mario Kart Wii devs and Funky Kong. Because that game predated, I'm pretty sure, the Donkey Kong Country Returns games. So it wasn't a case of like they were dipping into that. They just added Funky Kong for no good reason, for no reasonable reason. He has the best stats. He has the best battle stage. I'm bewildered by his inclusion. I actually want to, I'm gonna double check. I'm gonna look up before I just blatantly say. Let's see. DKC Returns. It originally released in 2010. Mario Kart Wii. Mario Kart Wii was released in 2008. So a whole 2 years. World is an interesting case. In terms of just raw content, it's honestly rather underwhelming, but if you start practicing and investing time into it, multiplayer and overall playing, of course, it gets much more interesting and fun. I've been going out of my way to not know much about World because when I eventually do get a Switch 2 and play it, I want to experience it freshly. I like that. My only thoughts I have is I like Donkey Kong's redesign. Like, I really do, because I'm pretty sure Mario Kart World showed off his redesign before we saw Bonanza. That is twice now in like nearly the same breath I've mentioned about a Mario Kart game predating a mainline Donkey Kong game and showing off redesigns and such. Why is Mario Kart the premier place for early looks into future Donkey Kong? Nintendo, what are you trying to tell us? I like Donkey Kong's redesign, and I like that you get to play as a lot of the little gremlins and baddies from, like, throughout the series. You got a lot of them. Shout out, playable. I'm pretty sure you can play as Fishbones. I just think that's funny. I should look up what all the enemies... No, I don't want to look up the list. I want to be surprised when I see what enemies. The main gripe I really have about World is that not many of the good shortcuts aren't very intuitive, both in execution and overall just being there. I'll take your word for it, because again, I I haven't played. And I wish I could actively add more to the conversation besides I think it's funny you can race as Goomba. Honestly, Goomba, I don't know why. It enamors me whenever they add Goomba as a playable character or anything because he just shouldn't work. Koopa, sure, he's got arms and legs, he can work, he's got enough of a design to make it work. Characters like, you know, Charge and Chuck or Kamek or anything, yeah, no, they make sense. Goomba is just a rock with feet at the end of the day. He's just a ball with feet, and I love him for that. And I just get enamored whenever they let him play. I'm pretty sure in one of the Mario baseball games, Super Mario Sluggers, he's playable there, I think, and he like lifts up the bat with his mouth. And I don't even care much for Goomba like as a whole. If Goomba can play baseball, dang it, they can let them drive a cart. Exactly. I don't even care for Goomba as a character design on his own or anything. But whenever he shows up in a spin-off game as playable, I love it because he's a ball with feet. Like, design-wise. And whenever they make it work, I love it. Also, we're either going to 4 hours or if I hit 700, whichever one comes first. At the 700 mark or the 4 hour mark, we call it. Maybe we switch over and fucking play some Marvel Rivals because I got an itching to play a little bit of that. Or maybe we just do the usual wrap up and I say, see you all Friday when I play Hitman. I'm excited to play Hitman because I don't know why. I reinstalled the game the other day and I played through the first mission. I was like, man, I suck at this. I feel like this is going to be really funny if I stream myself attempting to play through Hitman and not trying too hard to take it seriously and just playing it like a goddamn idiot. Probably, I have the whatever it is, the World of Assassination where it's like all 3 games in one. I might skip ahead to Hitman 2 because I've always heard positives about that one. And we're going to pause music. Risk of Rain 2 is good. I haven't played it in a while though. Nah, probably when we're done here, I'm probably just gonna do the usual wrap up and get off streams. Be done streaming. If I play any Marvel Rivals, it's gonna be on my own or maybe in call with some friends. 648, 649. Day 73. Give it up for day 73. Or whatever it fucking is. SpongeBob. Alright. I would have liked to have gotten the Shiny Ledian by now, but I also accept that, like, the time and investment put into it is it's exceeded the whole I would have liked to, the amount of effort, you know what I'm trying to say, brain. Before we get off here, will remind me to go and check on my chudlings in the daycare, as we'll pull them out. Oh, if we're under R, how can there be fire? I don't even get why. Good quote. I don't know why we're quoting that here. My brain has gone sideways. My brain looks like in Super Mario 64 when you fuck around with his face and stretch it out. That's how my brain feels right now. After just doing this shit for the past 3.5 hours, give or take. Give it up for 655! 655, folks! You took my only food. Now I'm gonna starve. Top tier episode. Fuck, I just randomly thought of what if I just pulled up a tier list of SpongeBob episodes. I kinda wanna do that when we're done here. Instead of the usual scramble and shit, I pull up a tier list of like the first 3 seasons of SpongeBob. Only the first 3 because don't I watched a lot of SpongeBob after those first 3 seasons, but don't ask me to give thoughts on most of those episodes because I probably don't remember. The only notable episodes post season 3 I can really think of off the top of my head are Krabby Hotel, because I don't know, I remember quite liking that episode, and the To Love a Krabby Patty, where SpongeBob goes crazy after staying up 24/7. Fuck, think about that episode. It makes me think of the scene of SpongeBob having the nightmare dream sequence where the giant Krabby Patty gives him the warm milk and cookies, and when he's with psychiatrist Plankton and he's like, now I want you to arrange these cards in any order you like. It could be a memory or a song or a recipe. Ah, yes, a recipe. How about that? Okay. A few minutes, or a few things I finished. I arranged them into the shape of piano. It's such a dumb joke, but I fucking love it. Wow. Will you cut that out? But you would, no, fuck. I realized what you were quoting. Wah, wah, wah. No, where'd you get that piano? Fuck it. We're gonna wrap up here. We're gonna check on my daycare chudlings, and then we're gonna do a quick and dirty SpongeBob episode ranking from seasons 1 to 3. That'll be such a good palate cleanser for my brain. Oh, part of me wants to stop at funny 666 number, because we're nearing that number. Whoop. How did anyone? Shiny Pokemon is such an interesting concept now that I think about it. Think back to the early days of Pokemon, back in the original gens. Did Nintendo or Game Freak ever bring them up? Were they ever referenced in game as you could rarely find them? Or was this one of those things that started off as a playground myth? Is this one of those things where it's two kids with Game Boy Color Pokemon games who are hey, why is your Squirtle look like that? Why is he green? It's I don't know, you just like that. And then they check with all their other games. It's wait, you're the only one. Is your game broken? And then finding out other Pokemon that are slightly different. I think they've been acknowledged in game more over time. I get over time, but I'm thinking back to when they were first introduced back in which would have been the first Game Boy Color ones. Was it Gold and Silver were the first ones in color? It wasn't the OGs, because that was all black and white, because it was on the first Game Boy. But I feel since their inception, the earliest, hell, probably even in Gen 3, Gold, Silver, Crystal, yeah, okay, adds up. I can only imagine if they were barely mentioned in game, that was probably one of the coolest little playground myths at the time in the 90s, just encountering, what the fuck? It's a Diglett that's a different color, or it's a yellow Ledibah. Why is it like that? I gotta catch it, and then showing off to your friends, and then, wondering, how do you make that happen? Did I do something special? Is this a bug? All that jazz.
I'm finished.
Oh, this is the scene.
I arranged them into a piano.
It's so stupid. Season 4. I think too many people want to just say only the first 3 seasons are good. I think season 4 and maybe some of season 5 also deserve to be in the talks of some great episodes, because I remember there was some great stuff. It wasn't the show nosedived right after season 3. There was some good in there. I think To Fear a Krabby Patty is up there. I want to pull up a list of episodes outside of the original 3 seasons that we're gonna rank here in a bit. All right. It looks like we're gonna come across the 4-hour mark before 700. I'm probably gonna extend it and just keep going until we reach 700. We're 23 away from 700. If we don't find a shiny within these next 22, I throw up my hands and I say, oof, oofta. I gave it a hearty wizard try. But roughly 4 hours and 700 Lediba later, I am shinyless, and I am okay with that. I still got to see 700 wonderful, beautiful Lediba so far. I'm gonna kind of trail off and talk like this in the small vain hope that I get cut off by seeing a shiny Lediba and going, oh, and doing a big scream into the mic, and then everyone says hype in chat, and I win $1 million and retire from streaming forever. Not yet. No. I still have more work to do. Yeah. You wanna know what would also be fun for a stream sometime? I don't know. Probably not like a tonight afterwards. Looking at the little TV of all the little doodles that I make. I want to do a drawing stream where I just draw a bunch of those. Draw them with viewers, and we come up with more to put on a little TV screen. That could be a fun. Hoopla! Hoopla! Gets hit on the head with a brick. It was a brick. Sorry to correct you on that, but like Krusty Krab training. The Krusty Krab training video, I believe, is the episode. That's like a top tier for me. That's like, that episode is so... People order our patties. You can remember it with poop. Poop! He's trying to steal the formula. You'll never catch me, Krabs. Not unless I switch into maximum overdrive. That's like the top. That's an easy S tier episode. When we do the ranking here in a minute, that's like gonna be an easy S tier. Gizmo, please stop. You're not helping. You are being so loud. For no good reason. Please go lay down. I'm trying to find a funny ladybug. My left foot has fallen asleep. My thumb is going a little numb from rocking on the D-pad back and forth so much. The sun rises over Johto and or Kanto, whichever region we're in. I don't exactly remember. Welcome back. You don't gotta say anything for not remembering. I was just continuing to quote random stuff from that episode. That episode, if I'm remembering right, also gave us the fucking top tier bit of "You'll never catch me, not when I switch into maximum overdrive." Yeah! I knew I should have sprang for the turbo. It also gave, what are some other top tier moments from that episode? Bum banger. S tier. It's gonna go into S tier when we do the ranking here in a bit.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
That is from Squirrel Jokes. I could probably, you give me any clip, any like quote from any episode from those first 3 seasons, and I'm fairly confident I could name what episode they come from. I remember thinking about, it was a quote from, I think it was from a Bumbles McFumbles video where he said, you get a certain age group together, like you can pick from a crowd of a certain age group and they can name and they can recite any SpongeBob episode by heart. I cannot name the episodes by name anymore. I can because when I was a kid, I used to religiously watch that show and Ben 10. Those were the two like I religiously watched all of, and even though I flaunt my Ben 10 knowledge more with being able, I literally will do this thing sometimes where my brother will sometimes test me where as I'm walking to the room, he will have stuck on a random episode of Ben 10, and he tries to be like, hey, without looking at what I stuck on, can you guess which episode it is just by the first few opening moments? And I can do it with just about any episode from the series. Like, all it takes is like the first opening like 5 seconds of any episode, and I can clock it. Because, oh boy, my brain isn't that big, but so much of its space is taken up by useless knowledge on a alien sci-fi show from the 2000s. There's definitely an alternate timeline out there where instead of becoming a gaming adjacent YouTuber, I became a YouTuber who talked about cartoons, primarily Ben 10, and there's a timeline out there where I basically do the Ben 10 breakdowns that the Ink Tank does. I can totally imagine that there is a timeline out there. Also, 699, 700 Ledibuzz, and I am shinyless, but I am so tired. Let's go check on my fucking daycare chudlings. I wish we found a shiny, but I'm also so fucking tired of just running back and forth and checking. All right, up. What level are these guys at? They're both at like level 26. I definitely feel like we have only so much space in our brains for knowledge and memories, and we really don't choose what goes in there or leaves. Yeah, but at the same time, I could have had a little bit of choice in what I did with my brain. You know, I didn't have to get obsessed with Ben 10 to a very concerning degree, but I did. Anyways, what moves did the daycare lady teach you guys? Break Attack, Pursuit, Screech, Mega Drain. That's pretty nice. Holy shit, you can learn Dragon Rage as a Charmander? I would have assumed that's one you could only learn when you got bigger. Anyways. Oh, excuse me. I'm gonna save. And with that, we're done. We are done with SoulSilver. Or at least done on stream. Like I said, I've toyed with the idea of maybe off stream chipping away at completing the Pokédex. Maybe that would probably be for next year, since I still plan on playing a bunch of other Pokemon games before the end of the year while it's still the anniversary. Overall, as insane of his take as this might be, this might have been my favorite Pokemon overall out of the ones I've played on stream. I think this might be my favorite, with Emerald being a close second. I like the DS games. I like the art style. I like the Pokemon in this one. I think all the legendaries are pretty cool in this. I like the whole concept of having the entirety of the previous generation's region and all of its gym leaders, and they're a genuine challenge. And also Red, the aura of having Red. Like, I'm sorry, there's nothing you can do to convince me otherwise that this isn't a top tier Pokemon. Is the story kind of whatever? Yeah, but so are all the Pokemons. Is the villain whatever? No, I actually like the villains here because it's just Team Rocket being a bunch of dicks, and I'll take that over guy who has vaguely society-based motivations any day. I'm opening up Tier Maker. I'm gonna look up SpongeBob. Actually, no, I'll just look it up on Google because Tier Maker. SpongeBob seasons 1 to 3 tier list. There we go. SpongeBob episode ranking of seasons 1 through 3. Let me get this up on stream. If I can find it on OBS. OBS, please be a little helpful here. Yep. Here we go. God. I don't think it's a wild take. Honestly, the game is the Pokemon game for many, and it's a gold standard of remake. It's pretty fucking good. Anyways, oh, and it has these in like episode order too. All right, we're gonna go through this quick. Help wanted. Admittedly, it's a good pilot, but I think in the grand pantheon of SpongeBob, it's all right. It's not bad. I should say, I don't think D tier is going to mean the episode's bad. It's probably just like the weakest, because I can't think of a single bad episode, at least off the top of my head. Maybe I'll go through this and realize, that episode wasn't as good as I remember or something. But Help Wanted, yeah, it's pretty good. It's very charming and very simple, and I kind of like it for that. Reef Blowers, it's a fun, silent episode. It's fun. Tea at the Tree Dome, like, better than Reef Blowers. When in doubt, pinky out. I could probably come up with a quote for nearly all of these episodes. That's how fucking quotable this show is. Bubble Sand, that's an easy S tier. Then you do this, and this, and this, and this, and this, and this. It's a giraffe. Fantastic episode. Rip Pants. I mean, I think the song alone puts into S tier. Yes, it's a giraffe. That one got me so bad when I was a kid. Jellyfishing. Firmly grasp it. Firmly grasp it. And also the visual of Squidward, like his bike going off the road and exploding is great. Plankton. This one's great for I was about to quote a different scene, but then I randomly thought of you, and you want to know what I want most of all? A booster seat? A booster seat? Hot dog! Like, it's pretty good. Like, the more I think about it, wait, no, it's going to S tier because I think about the scene of him controlling SpongeBob and breaking through Squidward's house. We're trying to be quick with this. I don't want to spend too long on each episode. Naughty Nautical Neighbors. It's pretty fun. I like the scene of them blowing the bubbles back and forth. Oh yeah, well, I think you're a big jerk. And also, for some reason, the visual of Squidward choking on a fork is like engraved in my brain. I don't know why. Boating School. Big toe. It's pretty fun. I think it's just a little weaker than the others, I guess. Pizza Delivery. Yeah, S tier. Obvious S tier. I don't know if it's like a lot of people think it's the best episode. I don't know if it's the best, but it's definitely top of S for now. It's iconic for very good reasons. Home Sweet Pineapple. I don't remember a lot of this episode. Oh yeah, nematodes. It's pretty good. Pretty good. It's not a boulder. It's a rock. A rock. Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy the first. I think out of all the Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boys, I think it's probably one of the weaker ones. But it does get me with donuts. That's the quote I think associate with that episode the most. Pickles. It's iconic. It is iconic, and I'm not going to doubt that. But admittedly, not a lot happens in the episode. He forgets the pickles, and he kind of goes crazy. And I think the most entertaining part of the episode is when his house is all flipped around and Mr. Krabs goes to check on him. Fun fact, it's the only scene in the entire show, at least off the top of my head, where Mr. Krabs walks normally. Like, he doesn't do his literal scuttle, he just takes normal footsteps. I don't know why, I just know that. Brain. Hall Monitor. Hall Monitor is a classic for me. I used to quote shit in the hall. I don't know. Jellyfish Jam? Its best moment is like towards the end with the song and everything, and the visual, like the actual like party that he throws. But like, otherwise it's not bad. Sandy's Rocket, it's another like S tier for me. No, I gotta be more fair with these rankings. Nothing's gone to see. I think we gotta bump some down to like actually even this out a little bit more. That can go here, that can go there. I think baseline D is just okay. I think we should be fair. D is just okay. You know, it's okay. Not to mention when Squidward attempts to interrupt the party because it was keeping him up. That was good. I love the visual of his whole house spinning around. I think we gotta fucking peek. I want to spread this out a little more because otherwise the entire bottom two rows aren't going to be filled at all, and I kind of want to spread my thoughts a little bit more. That can go there. I do like it a bit more than Boating School if I want to pick an episode to watch. If I'm thinking on it more, honestly, Pickles is just okay along with Barnacle Boy. I honestly kind of prefer... okay. Barnacle Boy, remember Barnacle Boy, the first goes higher up because donuts just kind of lives in my head rent-free. That can go here. Tea at the Tree Dome is pretty fun, but I think B is fine. I think this is good so far. Screen, okay. I wasn't gonna think much of this episode on its own, but the image is the fucking the meme of Maker's unnecessary sex scenes in movies. That fucking meme. Just for that alone, I think it should go an A. I think it's a pretty good episode, but that scene has been recontextualized with the fucking unnecessary sex scenes meme. And I love it. Sandy's Rocket. I like it a lot for, I don't know, it's a fun one. It's goofy. It's out there. Twins. It's also, oh yeah, it's the episode that implies that SpongeBob killed a lot of people with the helicopter accident. They kind of gloss over that. These early episodes, a lot of the episodes from like 1 to 3, seasons 1 to 3, there's a reason they're so iconic. I mean, fucking, like, it was iconic fucking writing. Look, the picture they chose for Squilliam Returns. Whoever set this tier list up, they were onto something. I love them for it. Let's speed this up. I don't want to spend too long on this because I am tired. Nature Pants. Not a bad one. Not a bad one, but not really one I'm itching to go back. Only notable really bits is Patrick looking down from the top of the rock. That was a big meme. And I give him 11 minutes. Comment. Opposite Day, I think is great just for, I think it's the best part of the episode, or one of the better parts, but also a meme line of the, you're Squidward, he's Squidward, he's Squidward, I'm Squidward, like that. It's a great scene. Culture Shock, I mean, it gave us the curtain meme. I don't want to judge these just by their memery, but sometimes the episodes are just kind of whatever overall. Like Culture Shock, it's a good one. It's a good one, but I thinking on it critically, not critically, but like comparatively, I'd rather watch these over it. Fun is fun. Fun's just a fun one. I think I'll put it bottom of A. I'm not gonna quote with all of them. We're going through. Okay, it's way ahead, but do we have a problem? That one. This one's an iconic. Arg is an iconic one for me. Just because Weast is like engraved into my vocabulary because of this episode, because of fucking, oh, I thought you said Weast. That's West, Patrick. Muscle Bob Buff Pants. I honestly think on it, it's a good episode overall. Like, obviously, it's in the golden years, but like, it's kind of a weaker one. I can't think of any specific standout moments with the anchor arms. At least none that really come to mind. I like the scene of him trying to move the straw. That's a fun one. Squidward, the unfriendly ghost. That doesn't have to get fuck. I'm playing them in my head. One watermelon. Got someone. The okay get in was another one. That's pretty good. It's a great one. I think it goes. I think I like Naughty Nautical Neighbors a bit more. The Chaperone. It's kind of a weak one if I think on it. If I'm being honest, its best part is like the doing the sponge, doing the sponge. Like that song is a bop, but otherwise it's fine. I think it's because I just don't really care about Pearl much as a character. She's annoying teenager. That's kind of her whole archetype, and she does it well. But like, Employee of the Month is fun for when they're like. It's one of those slow burn episodes where it starts off kind of okay, but as it goes on, it gets better with how insane their like rivalry gets. So I think around there is good. Let's see. Scaredy Pants. It's another one it has changed my vocabulary forever, because whenever I talk about needing to like shave or anything, whether like if I talk about shaving down my beard or something or cutting my hair, I go, shave me down, make me round. Otherwise, you know, it's a good one. I like it a lot. It's a fun one. I Was a Teenage Gary. I'm trying to think on it. Like, yeah, you get this scene at the end, this genuinely like SpongeBob body horror. Such a weird episode. I don't dislike it, and it has some funny moments. SB129 is iconic. I think it belongs up here in S tier. Future. Again, not gonna quote every episode. We gotta get a move on. We can't be here all night. We still have so many episodes to get through. Karate Choppers is pretty good. I like the particular drop of hot sauce moment. Otherwise, I mean, why does Mr. Krabs care if they're doing karate? I get that they explain the episode. Sleepy Time, I think it's pretty good. It gave us the upright Gary the Snail. Like, that visual is great, that alone. And also Patrick riding on the little seahorse thing. I've put that in a couple of videos as a joke. Suds is iconic. They make you read old magazines. And also Oh Hans. It's great. Valentine's Day. This isn't as engraved in my brain, but the delivery of "I defy you, heart man." I'm just gonna sit here and quote a whole bunch. I don't like doing that because I'm bad. Just "I defy you, heart man" is great. The Paper, yeah, it's good. It's a fun gag-filled episode. I quite like it. Grand Pantheon, though. Actually, no, I think about it more. A lot of the gags were really fucking fun with The Paper. Stupid piece of paper. Rock Bottom, I mean, yeah. The question is, how much do I like it compared to these? I think I like Bubble Stand more. I don't even have to defend Rock Bottom. Texas, this one holds a very special place in my heart specifically. I'm biased with this ranking that I'm about to do. I'm going to put it fairly high up because my mom is from Texas and she despises this episode because we constantly quote the part where SpongeBob and Patrick are making fun of Texas to really rile her up. So we'll specifically quote the "stars are night and glowing dim" to my mom just to fuck with her because we're all assholes, me and my siblings. And we know it. Walking Small. Fucking, you can't be in, you gotta be assertive. Beep beep. That's a pretty good one. Otherwise, yeah, it's all right. It goes here. We're into season 2 now, I think. No, they got a few season 2 episodes early. We're not quite out of season 1. You can tell from the art style. Fools in April. Nothing wrong with just trying to be annoying. It's also with family, so yeah. Fools in April. Honestly, I just end up feeling super bad for SpongeBob. I know the episode wants you to feel bad for him with the prank that Squidward pulls off, but I don't think Squidward quite got his comeuppance in the end. I don't think they pushed him through the whole guilt thing, but I think they could have pushed it further, if I'm being honest. Where, Justice for SpongeBob. Neptune Spatula, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like it in modern days as being an allegory that a lot of people can use towards saying fuck AI by showing like the craftsmanship of Neptune making the like 500 fucking patties that are all garbage and then SpongeBob making the one with heart. I like that. Hooky. It's alright. Hookie's alright. I like it well enough. The visual, I don't like this icon for it. Merlin Man and Oracle Boy 2, much better than the first one, but I still think when we get to it, 3 and especially 4 easily outdo it. No, 3 and 5 specifically are like the best two. Shout out 4 though, you know, Wumbo is good. But Bark Boy 2, pretty fun. We get the magic conch, not magic concho. We get the horn that he blows to summon them, and he goes on adventures. Why I oughta blah fire. We're gonna speedrun these. I'm just gonna speedrun, not even justify all of them. I'm just gonna go through them. Shoes untied. Taught me how to tie my shoes. Find it strange that, especially given the most recent SpongeBob game, that King Neptune and the Flying Dutchman never interacted in an episode to my knowledge. Accessing my SpongeBob compartment, they never interacted anywhere from season 1 to 3. Probably doesn't help that the Flying Dutchman only appeared in the episodes Scaredy Pants, Shoes Untied. I don't remember its name, but the one where Mr. Krabs like becomes all generous and then sells his soul. Shanghai, where the trio are abducted by him, and also is infamously from the one YouTube poop that's like, the sky had a Pokemon. That's not a Pokemon, that's a Ouija. I can't think of any other appearances. But anyway, we're speedrunning this. Squid's Day Off. Have you finished those errands? Pretty good. Something Smells. I like it a lot for I'm Ugly and I'm Proud. 62 cents. I'll take the money. And that was a good episode. We're not at it yet, I don't think. I don't remember which one it's called, at least off the top of my head. Born Again Crabs, that's where it is. Bossy Boots. I recently just watched this episode for the hell of it. And the only thing that really sticks with me nowadays is the way they say salad instead of salad. Big Pink Loser is another one that, like, I don't know, it's not bad, but it's like, can't think of much from it that really sticks with me. I guess the scene of them both hitting on the head with the hammers is kind of stupid and fun. Bubble Buddy. Bubble Buddy is the classic one that I always see lumped in with like the classics, but if I'm being honest, it's good. Dying for Pie though. Dying for Pie is a great one. Just the bit of take my friend Squidward to everyone in town wearing a salmon suit. It's great. Imitation Crabs is another one I quote a lot with like family, like ravioli, ravioli, give me the formioli. Wormy used to scare me as a kid, if I'm being honest. The close-up on like the super close-up of the bug. I know it was like just a butterfly, but super zoomed in on its face. It used to freak me out, partially because of the sound effect it would play every time it did. So slightly by, and was it the episode? I'm fairly certain, wasn't it the we did it, Patrick, we saved the city? I'm pretty sure it's that episode. So it's pretty good. Patty Hype. Yeah, it's not tainted meat, it's painted meat. Grandma's Kisses. Just you, me, and this brick wall you built between us. Not to mention the realistic explosion was so funny because of contrast. Realistic explosions in any cartoons are always going to be funny. They don't happen too often, but whenever they do, or whenever cartoons use like stock footage of things blowing up, it's always funny. Grandma's Kisses might be another contender for D tier. I don't really... Look, I think what's a good way of denoting if it's one that stuck with me well enough is if I'm immediately able to come up with at least one or multiple jokes from the episode that I can immediately quote and hit with. Grandma's Kisses, like, I remember it, but there's not really anything super quotable off the top of my head that I can immediately be like, yeah, that. Wait, no, it took me a second, but the only one that really comes off the top of my head is, now you must acquire a taste of freeform jazz. Squidville is great. It spawned plenty of its own memes. I don't gotta defend it. Pre-hibernation week is another one that's just kind of okay. I can't really think of any specific bits in it. We're going fly fishing. Life of Crime. Life of Crime is fantastic. You took my only food. Christmas Who is iconic. I'm not going to defend it either. I'm a sucker. I don't know if I've shared it too much. I love Christmas season. I don't like, obviously the holiday itself, it can be a mixed bag depending on who you're spending it with and the stress of the holidays and all that shit. But I have a super soft spot for Christmas specials in general. I love Christmas movies and Christmas specials of TV shows. They make me feel all warm and fuzzy. I love them. This is like one of the top examples for one of the best Christmas specials of any cartoon ever. Survival of the Idiots is great for Dirty Dan. Dumped? It was just kind of okay. Yeah. No Free Rides. Isn't that... That's the one where Mrs. Puff gives him his license and it's like, oh, educational television. So that's pretty good from that alone. Like, thinking on it. I'm your biggest fanatic. Wah, wah, wah. Kevin is so funny. I love the bit of Patrick going around touching. Touch. Do I have to follow you around? It's a top tier bit. Mermaid Man Particle Boy 3. Here we go. Here's where we're getting. First one was like C tier. Second one, B tier. This one's going straight up in S. God, it's a fucking classic with the tickle belt and the whole scene with the "this is your wallet." It's great. It's a great episode. Squirrel jokes, if I'm being honest, it's just okay. Obviously, it gave us the very iconic "Boo, you stink." Like, otherwise, like, I get the allegory and I get the joke they're trying to make, but I'm gonna drink a water. I'm trying to speedrun this, but I'm still moving so slow. Pressure, which one's that? Oh, that's where they have the continued contest with each other. The only real standout moment from it that I can, like, think of is Sandy's girl. And also when they go on land and there are a bunch of puppets. That was fun. Otherwise, it's not a bad one. The smoking peanut. This one's great. This one's great. That one's a great one. It's so close. I can almost taste it. Shanghai. That's another like top tier episode. Gary takes a bath. God, there's a certain quote in this episode that I wish I could say more often, but I worry about Twitch's auto moderation catching me quoting that. If you know this episode, there's one bit, it's specifically a quote from the episode you shouldn't say in an airport. But it's one of my favorite random ass quote. Welcome back. I was just saying, Gary takes a bath is overall, it's good. There's one quote from this episode that I wish I could say in the exact energy on this, but I don't know if Twitch or YouTube would be okay with me shouting this type of shit. Let's just say it's the one quote you shouldn't say in an airport. If you know, you know. I can't. Gary, I have a... Yeah. I gotta be careful just because I don't know what Twitch or YouTube are gonna be like. Welcome to the Chum Bucket. Get welded. Yeah, pretty good. Do I like it more than this? Think about the best bits from all these episodes. It goes about there. Frankendoodle, S tier. He moy ni noi yoi. Honestly, I like it more than Pizza Delivery. Are you okay down there, Patrick? Finland! And like, Doodle Bob is such an iconic character. Secret Box. This right here is a case of one simple joke that's not even that funny, honestly, but it sit with me forever. The inner machinations of my mind are an enigma, and it's just the milk falling over. Band Geeks. This is another one that a lot of people say is like the best ever, but honestly speaking, as much as I love it, and I do love it, I still think I like Frankendoodle more. I think Frankendoodle beats it out. Frankendoodle is just so fucking iconic to me. It's such a fun concept. It's such a fun one. Graveyard Shift, it's another... Goddamn! Mid-season 2 is like firing on all cylinders with some of its best episodes. Crusty Love. Okay, now we're back down because the only thing that I really remember from this is we're not talking about this or this. We're talking about this. Otherwise, the episode's just kind of fine. It's whatever. Overall, procrastination. The older I get, the more I understand. As a kid, I did not really get this episode too much. I thought some of the bits were funny, but it didn't quite hit home. But as I've gotten older, it gets more and more home. I'm with stupid. Here's another one done with squirrel jokes where it's like, I just don't like how mean-spirited it is. I think sometimes when it's too mean-spirited, it kind of detracts from some of the jokes. The whole episode feels pointless too, because like I understand the jokes in it, like the, oh yeah, we don't have a son, like it's so mean-spirited towards SpongeBob. I get that's the joke. I'm gonna sound stupid for being like, wow. Like, like the snail race episode? Is the snail race episode that mean-spirited? I don't think it's that mean-spirited. Like, it's a different vibe. Like, in that one, you know that, like, SpongeBob is wanting the best for Gary, and that's why he's kind of being harsh. I guess we'll talk about when we're here. And you do feel bad for Gary, but it's funny at the end because of how he pushed it and how SpongeBob realizes that he was a dick the whole, like SpongeBob realizes it. I'm with stupid, just feels so pointless. I'll still rank Snail Race overall kind of low because I like it still. It gave us, and the winner is Rocky! Like, it's still it's still good overall. I'm with stupid. It's mean-spirited the whole time. It doesn't even have any specifically funny jokes that I can think of. Wait. 2 jokes off the top of my head from I'm with Stupid are, oh no, Patrick, you forgot how to eat again. Quick, I'll get the funnel. No, it's not that. Darn, I like the funnel. I quote that one a lot with friends. And the how do you do and SpongeBob biting the hand. Like that, those are good. Sailor Mouth. Sailor Mouth's a great one because it taught kids what swears were. We all need to teach children swears. Artists Unknown, another great one. I gotta be the marble. It's great. Jellyfish Hunter. I like the only thing from this episode. Well, wait. No, I'm thinking multiple, so it obviously goes high since I can think of multiple bits. It feels like somebody wants to sell me something. And also the song that Mr. Krabs listens to while he's on the little bicycle. Give it all you got. Iconic. Fry Cook Games, another icon. God, I forgot just how much of like later season 2, season 3 is like super iconic episodes. That truly was like not the peak of SpongeBob, or maybe it was the peak. Maybe it was. Now that I'm looking at some of these. Squid on Strike. Yeah, B. Sandy, SpongeBob, and the Worm. We just take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else. I like it a lot. It's another classic one that I can't really explain why I like it, but I do. Algae's Always Greener. This one might top Frankendoodle for me because of how many great little bits there are throughout the whole thing. No. I don't know why this is the first one that comes to mind. Obviously, with that icon, you know, that bit should come to mind. But fucking, you're gonna sit me next to Motor Mouth, blah, 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 and he grows a second mouth. Top tier episode. Sponge Guard on Duty. It's pretty good. I'm ready, Freddy. It's Larry. Club SpongeBob. The fact that I'm losing a little just looking at this picture should be enough to justify its top 3. Yeah. My Pretty Seahorse. I'm thinking on it. It's not bad. I like Patrick trying to learn how to build the house for the seahorse. The bully. Okay, I don't know if this is a hot take. The bully is just a better version of Pickles, like by a long shot. Whoever made this tier list knew what they were doing with these pictures. Exactly. I mean, Flats is just such a fun character. He's great. Just One Bite, another iconic. Though, really, you're gonna go and pick these pictures for these episodes, and you're not gonna get the picture of thick Squidward for Just One Bite. Really? Just for that, it's bumping down a little bit. The Nasty Patty. I like SpongeBob and Mr. Krabs trying to cover up a supposed murder. I don't know. It's a fun one. Idiot Box, Imagination. I think this one, we're gonna just slow down just a little bit on the speed running. Can we appreciate that this episode is like so good, and yet barely anything happens visually? 90% of it is just top tier sound design. It's just a lot of clever sound design and clever dialogue, and yet it's still a very easy, like, top tier episode. Wumbo, this is another S tier. It's another S tier. I think it's weaker than 3, like, overall, but like I think Mermaid Man, Barkle Boy 3 to 5 are like the best 3, 5 being the absolute best, and I'll get to why when we get to it. Doing Time. It's kind of a confusing episode, if I'm being honest. It's a weird one, but I don't dislike it. Probably around here. No, wait. No, I'm thinking on it more. I can't think of any specific bit, but I don't know, vibe-wise. Putting it more there. Snowball Effect. It's not a Christmas special, but it's winter adjacent, so I really like it. Fort Squidward is now all but impenetrable. One Crab's trash. It's spawned the iconic, am I really gonna defile this grave for money? Of course I am. So I'll give it points for that. Otherwise, and also a personal joke of mine I've always liked is the one that's in there. It makes you look like a girl. Am I a pretty girl? You're beautiful. As seen on TV, I mean, again, if we're talking meme status, it's pretty good. Okay. Squidward returned fire. Then it's war. That's also another good bit. As seen on TV, aside from the, like, there I am, Gary, there I am. The only other bit from this that I specifically remember is Striped Sweater Song, and also I remember you from the TV last night, and it's Bran Flakes. Otherwise, it's not one that sticks with me a whole lot, comparatively. Again, I'm speeding through this shit. Can You Spare a Dime? It's a classic. Get a job! And the scene of manic SpongeBob rushing into Mr. Krabs' office of, listen here, your crustacean sweepsake. I like angry manic SpongeBob. Seasons 1 through 3 gave us angry manic SpongeBob every once in a while. It didn't happen too much, but when it did, it was fantastic. No Weenies Allowed is another classic. It's not one that I have a lot of specific quotable moments, but it's just whenever I think of this episode, it makes me chuckle. It's like Patrick beating himself up, and I'll let you know. The quote of, like, I'll let you know. I stubbed my toe, and I only cried for 30 minutes. Squilliam Returns. There's a lot of great bits. But where does this sit in S tier? If I'm being honest, I think it goes right around ARG. It's great. It has a lot of great bits, but I think the episodes above it are just that much stronger. Crabborg. So stupid. Beep boop boop bop, beep boop bop. Fuck. It's also a top tier. It goes up around here too. The amount of this, like, S tier that's like later season 2 is like, I just really appreciate that. Later season 2 and season 3 is all great. Rockabye Biovalve. It gave us the diapers joke, but otherwise, it's not bad. It's another one that's a little too mean-spirited. I think it's a lot better than I'm with Stupid. And at the very, and thinking on it more, at least Patrick recognizes to a degree his mean-spiritedness, even though he still does dip into it more. But it feels a lot funnier and lighthearted. Wet Painters. It boots Club SpongeBob down. No, I don't think Alamo. It can bump down to 5th, but like it's also a very iconic one to me. When we get to, we're almost to this one, to the one that I'm really happy for. Crest Grab training video. It's gonna bump someone down. I think it deserves 5th place. It's gonna bump Web Painters down. It might even be better than Band Geeks. Yeah, I'll say it. SpongeBob's House Party. It's admittedly, I think its best bits are Patchy the Pirate. The live action bits is where it's at its best. Otherwise, it's not bad. Chocolate with Nuts is a classic. It's obviously S tier. Where do I want to put it S tier? Admittedly, probably around here. We're almost done. This one, okay. Top 3 for me. I'm sorry, this whole episode's funny. As someone who's a fan of comic books, it feels so right. Every villain is lemons. The dark side of the restaurant. I want to be called Barnacle Man. The whole argument sequence. Fucking the chief. Make out Reef. You know, make out Reef. Like, yeah, it's great. Newstoon Starfish, 25. It's good. Good noodle stars. Clams. How do I feel about this episode? It's very funny. I like the whole concept. Around there. I don't know. SpongeBob BC. I don't know. I think the caveman stuff, it's not bad. I think on it has some good bits here and there. But I think similarly to the house party, its best bits are the live action patchy bits, and the episode itself is just kind of eh. Midlife Crustacean. Panty Raid. Yeah, it's a fun one. It's a very stupid but fun one. Born Again Crabs. It's pretty fun. Why did my music stop? Yes, I'm still listening. Stop asking me otherwise. We're almost done. I want to get done here because I want to go do shit and it's getting late. I had an accident. This one is one of the nuttiest fucking episodes, specifically for like the gorilla suit and just we formed a 100-man spanking machine. Is this where the line starts? You're gonna have to go into that. The iron butt. Oh, it itches. This episode is super iconic and so wacky and zany to me, and I love it. And I only somewhat recently found out, like, that it was written by the creator of Chowder, and like it was head writer by him, C.H. Greenblatt, and that explains so much of this episode's zany, just so what the fuck is going on humor that I love about it. Krabby Land. The whole episode is SpongeBob torture porn. Yeah, or at least majority of it. Camping episode. I mean, it's got to go in S towards the top. Missing Identity. It's a fun one, but there. Actually, no, I like it more than Snooze. I like it more than Midlife Crustacean. Probably more than Clams too. Plankton's Army. It gave us the fact that his name is Sheldon, and it also gave us fucking you planted grass. So for that alone, I think it deserves in like the top 10. I'm sorry, this visual. All right, look around you, crabs. You planted grass. Grass. It's great, but also this imagery. This episode is only notable in my head because of the intro saying that's a lost episode and the whole opening bit of him like watching the walk cycle. So if I can be vulnerable for a moment, for some reason, the whole bit of the walk cycle used to kind of creep me out as a kid. Something about the really weird music and the strange visuals of the walk cycle, the lack of any talking, the weird like CG ground he's on. It was almost uncanny And as a kid, that part specifically kind of unnerved me a little. I don't know how else to explain it. Otherwise, it's kind of a whatever episode. The Patchy live action bit stands out more in the head. Yeah. Episode itself is whatever, but I like the scene of Patchy tearing apart all of his memorabilia. We're almost done. SpongeBob meets the Strangler. It's a pretty good one. With these spiky cleats, anything is possible. And Pranks a Lot. I'm trying to think, where do I put Pranks a Lot? I think it's definitely A tier. I think maybe top of B if I'm thinking on it more. Probably around here, just because the concept of them being invisible is fun. Why does SpongeBob have spiky cleats? Because anything is possible with spiky cleats. You just don't question it. Just don't question it. All right. Yeah, I'm happy enough with this list that I'm gonna call it there and not discuss anymore because I am tired, and I would like to be done and go do something. Thank you everyone for watching. We're done with Pokemon. That's what we were doing here originally. We were playing Pokemon, and then I got really distracted wanting to talk about SpongeBob. But we did it. We didn't catch a shiny like I wanted. I really would have wanted to, but we didn't. But we still beat the whole game. We beat Red and got a lot of legendaries. I don't know what else you want from me. See you all Friday where we're going to play Hitman. And until next time, it's the same stupid wizard you love. It's the same channel you love. I hope you all had a wonderful time. I didn't really. But that's besides the point. My pain is your pleasure. Or however that saying goes. And good night.